Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Let's have the national anthems. We're starting by the Uganda anthem, then East Africa. Being in respect with our sub-region, we shall have the Lumasaba anthem. Thank you. One stanza, I think. Thank you. On the same note, I will request Honorable Catherine to lead us through the prayer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's humble ourselves and we pray. Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for today. We want to thank you for gathering us here today. May we leave this session when we have gotten knowledge and skills, Father. May you continue providing us with the knowledge and skills of understanding so that our voices can also be heard, Father. Through your names, Lord, we pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you, honorable members. We can have our seats. I would request, on behalf of Faraja Africa, to usher us in an opening remarks on today's event. Thank you.
Good morning, young leaders. Good morning. My name is Phoebe Natkunda, and I serve as the Country Liaison Officer for Faraja Africa Foundation, Uganda. It's a great honor and a privilege to welcome you to the second sitting of the 8th National Youth Parliament in the Eastern Region. First and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to each one of you for being here today. Your presence is a testament to your commitment to leadership, civic engagement, and the future of our communities. I so proudly acknowledge Faraja Africa Foundation, which is a youth-led organization dedicated to educating, engaging, and empowering young people. Since the inception of the Subnational Youth Parliaments in 2018, this initiative has grown into a flagship platform for youth leadership, and over the years, it has inspired, mentored, and equipped hundreds of young people, many of whom have gone on to serve and lead at national levels. This is not just a program, it's a movement that is shaping the future of Uganda. Today, I invite each of you to embrace your potential. Too often, we hear that young people are the leaders of tomorrow, but the truth is, we are leading today. We are not merely waiting for a seat at the table, we are helping to build the table. We are not spectators of change, we are the drivers of it. As I look around this room, I see future ministers, entrepreneurs, members of parliament, innovators, community builders, and change makers. I see individuals with the courage to challenge injustice, the creativity to solve complex problems, and the passion to transform their communities. Our voices matter, our ideas matter, our actions matter. Every generation is remembered for the voices it makes, and ours has the opportunity to be remembered as a generation that shows courage over comfort, action over apathy, and hope over fear. As young leaders, we have the responsibility to shape policies and advocate for solutions that reflect our aspirations and address the realities of our communities. Let us challenge the status quo with boldness, creativity, and determination. Let us have the confidence to ask difficult questions and the wisdom to listen to different perspectives. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to our valued partners, especially the Government of Uganda, the Parliament of Uganda, the European Union, the Royal Danish Embassy, and the French Embassy. Your unwavering support, belief in young people, and investment in youth leadership continue to create opportunities that empower us to make meaningful contribution to our nation. Together, we are building a stronger, more inclusive and prosperous Uganda. Whether you are, as we begin this year's parliament, I encourage each of you to participate wholeheartedly, speak with confidence, and share your ideas boldly, listen actively, engage respectfully. This platform belongs to you, and make the most of it. Whether you're passionate about climate action, employment, education, governance, technology, gender equality, entrepreneurship, or community development, remember that every great transformation begins with a voice that refuses to remain silent. And while the road to change is not always easy, let us never lose hope. Real progress requires persistence, resilience, and patience. Every challenge we face is an opportunity to grow, stronger, to learn, and lead with greater purpose. Young leaders, the future is not something that happens to us, it is something that we create. Let us be bold enough to dream. Let us be courageous enough to act. Let us be united enough to make a difference. And above all, let us be the light that inspires others to believe that change is possible. Thank you, and I wish you a very productive and impactful Subnational Youth Parliament. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our sponsors, I hear now by calling the speaker for commencement of our sitting. Thank you.
our distinguished guests, honorable members, our partners, media fraternity, and the House at large. Good morning. I stand before you today in humility and pride to the opening of the East African Youth Parliament. This parliament this parliament belongs to you, the students, the innovators, the farmers, job seekers, the future teachers, doctors, the future leaders from all corners of this region. It was once to serve you. It was a great honor to me, but also to serve a second term. It is both privilege and a responsibility that I do not take for granted. Before we proceed, allow me to reflect on the journey we have walked together as Eastern Youth Parliament. Members, this is my second term as your speaker, and the accountability demands that we share both what we have achieved and what has tested us. As Youth Parliament, when we commenced, we took our voices to airwaves on IU FM, where we got 2 hours every Tuesday to air out to the youth about leadership, civic education, responsibilities, and opportunities available to them. That was a great achievement for us as Youth Parliament. You can clap for that. Thank you. We also held different meetings as Youth Parliament, and we decided on work plan on how to follow it. And this was also done by all of us as Eastern Youth Parliament. We drafted different proposals, and we are privileged that we had to put the ideas on the paper and engage the stakeholders in order to push for solutions of the youth. We also served in the crisis. For example, when we are struck by the disaster, you remember that Silonko, Blambuli landslide that happened. We did not fold our hands as Youth Parliament, but we engaged with stakeholders and other people in helping our youth and people in those communities. For this, I want to thank each and every member that worked and supported to these causes. On the side of the challenges, as you know, road can't be smooth. We experienced one. Last year, it was an election year that disturbed us so much, since most of our youth were fully participative and engaging in various positions within this country. And so our mobilization and work was a bit difficult. Also, we got an accident on 8th of August 2025, while we are going to Kampala to attend the National Youth Parliament. This plaque is disturbing. Can I put it on? Yes, I use this one. So I was saying, what among the challenges we also faced is that we got an accident on 8th of August 2025 while we are going to attend the National Youth Parliament in Kampala. Members who were in that car together, can you stand up for recognition? Members who were there? Okay, we are 7 people in that car, but we thank God that we all survived and we are here today. But this traumatized us psychologically and even financially, and made so many delays as in perceiving our missions as Youth Parliament. Also, we lacked funds to implement so many proposals that we had on the paper, because so many good proposals remain in documents and not fully implemented due to lack of funds. Honorable members, challenges cannot define us, they refine us. I want to take at this moment a vote of appreciation. Allow me to appreciate Faraja Africa Foundation for the great work they are doing in putting youth parliament across Africa. Your investment in young leaders, your brief in our potentials, and the support in making this platform possible is deeply valued. Faraja Foundation, you are highly, deeply appreciated. Thank you for making us be heard throughout. As we speak here, the youth of Eastern region of Uganda are being live, and their issues are going to be heard across the world. This is all because of Faraja. Thank you so much. Also, I want at this moment to appreciate our coordinator, Honorable Halima, for tolerance and always guiding on how things must be done in Youth Parliament. Please applause for her. Thank you so much, Madam. We are meeting members at a time when our generation has real questions: unemployment, equality, education, climate change, mental health, and how we use technology without losing our values and culture. But also, we are meeting at a time of real opportunity. Today, as a speaker of this house, my role is very clear. Is to make everybody's voice be heard. To uphold order and respect, we can, members, honorables, we can strongly disagree, but with respect. Also, to focus on action. Let our motions become our petitions, projects, and policies of this country tomorrow. I charge you, come with solutions, not just complain. Research your issues, speak to those who are not in this room. Leadership starts with service. Honorable members, let this sitting be remembered, not how loud we urged, but how clearly we thought and how bravely we acted. With that, I declare the sitting of Eastern Youth Parliament officially open. Thank you, comrades. Thank you, honorables. God bless you. God bless Faraja Africa Foundation. God bless Uganda at large. At this juncture, let me call my clerk to read the first motion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Can I have the honorable member to accept the speaker's submission? Any honorable to accept the speaker's communication? Yes, please.
On the order paper, we were supposed to be suspended for unofficial photo. I don't know that he has been there because we have not received such communication in the house.
Official group photo, and also the remarks from our chief guests were jumped, because he's going to be with us shortly. So we shall have all two activities at once when we are closing. Thank you. I want clerk read the first motion and
Can we have a honorable member to receive the speaker's communication, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To the House, I am Wasungui Emmanuel. I think I'm audible enough. From Manaba District. I take this opportunity to appreciate the chairperson of the House for welcoming us, for giving us a brief on what happened. And following that, I take this opportunity on the behalf of the House, and I stand to appreciate you for governing us for the 2 terms. And we appreciate. But what the House members, some have said, don't be a long-term serving leader, be a short-term leader. Thank you.
So you accept the motion? You receive the communication?
I welcomed it by appreciating him.
Okay, thank you.
So the appreciation means I welcomed it, and I believe the House members have welcomed it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We here go to the first motion, urging the government to strengthen to strengthen and expand youth access to affordable financing and marketing linkage through the Youth Livelihood Program, parish development model, and other national initiatives to support the youth-led enterprises in Eastern Uganda. Can we have a honorable member to move the motion? Thank you.
okay. Thank you, clerk. Now, the mover for motion, please come forward.
Audible enough. Am I? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, good morning. My name is Namwenge Esther, and I'm a youth advocate representing the youths from the Northern Division constituency, MBALE City. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay my copy of my submission.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion urging the government to strengthen and expand youth access to affordable financing and market linkages through the Youth Livelihood Program, parish development model, and other national initiatives to support youth-led enterprises in Eastern Uganda. When you look at the Constitution of Uganda, basically I'm going to address my mind to Article 32 of the Constitution. It provides, it gives the mandate of promotion and protection of the marginalized groups where we still have the youths on board, and ensuring that these youths have the full integration into these national social and economic developments. When you look at Eastern Uganda, it constitutes about 25 of the population in the Eastern Uganda, which is quite a big number of the youths on board. Government, I really appreciate the government because government has introduced the landmark interventions where we have the youth livelihood programs, we have the Mioga, we have the BDM to drive the financial inclusion.
Thank you.
But we should be informed that the fact that while these programs have been put in place, okay, the youths are continuing to face a significant structural challenge, and these challenges may involve like the strict group lending programs, the bureaucracy that's involved in the delays for the dispatchment of those funds, and also the high post-harvest losses and absence of guaranteed market takeoffs. We should be concerned that without the market leakages, without the business incubations, without the capital, without those funds, then definitely we shall not have a target of having the youths being involved in the activities. However, I now therefore request it should be resolved that by this August House that government strengthens.
Honorable,
Yes, please.
may I request the second of this motion before our honorable finishes to second the motion first?
Thank you.
Please take the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Please come around here for point of information. Granted.
Right. My name is Chair. I am a Youth Secretary for Finance, Industrial State Division. I rise on a point of information to guide the House that the motion has to be first urged by the mover before it is seconded. I beg to be guided.
Thank you. The motion has been introduced by the mover, yes? So before we debate, before allowing the mover to give everything he has on the motion, let it be seconded, yes? Because after seconding, then that means the House is now ready to know how the mover is moving this, how is discussing it, isn't it? Please. Yes.
My name is Ayub Chirinya. I want to ride on my friend's argument that let's give the mover of the motion time to exhaustively give us the details of the motion before it is seconded. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, the mover is going to be given time. Don't worry. Please, the second the motion, then the mover is going to continue.
Because I'm rising on procedure. Rules of engagement are quite clear and they are not suspended for convenience. So it would be better just to give the mover of the motion enough time, because we are all running around time, to see that we catch up with the time. Maybe we may not have exhausted well. To summarize, and the second just pushes us to the next item of open house discussion.
So the House. Let's get this right. Yes? We are youth and we are learning. We beg to be guided. Let's think. If I allow, because it's not supposed to be, it was like that and it is like that until God comes back. No, we have to reconsider each and everything. If I allow the mover to finish over 20 minutes explaining his details, because her details, because I've seen the paper, then you give a seconder 2 minutes to second the motion. Then what about you people? Because we have to debate this motion. That's why when the motion mover introduces and gives just a highlight on the motion, let it be seconded, so that when he comes back and gives the clue of what he means, you people, you can now debate on whatever these two have talked about, isn't it? Yes, Mr. Ayub.
Because at the end of the day, it will take us back to the same thing. Whether seconded before the mover finishes the argument, or the mover finishes the argument before it is seconded, it is the same thing. If you give the mover of the motion time to argue after the secondment, it means to take the same time that she would have taken before the secondment of the motion.
Okay, thank you. The only, since it is the same time, then why are you worrying?
I'm wondering where your worry is, Mr. Speaker.
The thing is, the ingredient here is, and only one, my ruling. The ingredient is, I don't want the same person to be on flow over. You get it? People will get tired and bored of them. But if we beat it in between and then it comes back, comes when people are ready to listen. Please, the second the motion, and you give the first. This is my house. The seconder, procedure denied. Seconder, please second the motion and the mover finish his submission.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Chemusto Ruth Gloria, representing North Division, Bale City. And I hereby second the motion, urging the government to strengthen and expand youth access, affordable financing, and market linkages through the Youth Livelihood Program, Parish Development Model, and other national initiatives to support youth-led enterprises in Eastern Uganda. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Now the mover, you can discuss the details of your seconded motion.
Okay, thank you so much for seconding the opportunity again. Move the motion urging government to urgently strengthen access to affordable financing and market linkages through the Youth Livelihood Program, the PDM, and other national initiatives in the Eastern Uganda. As I gave you a clear picture of what is happening in the Eastern Uganda, Mr. Speaker, currently when you move through the vibrant towns here around Bali City, or also Eastern Uganda as well, in Bugisu, the Teso, the Bukedea regions, you find that you find very many youths who are very energetic, hardworking, creative, but they are they do not have opportunities and access to these funds. Mr. Speaker, let's address the elephant in the room. Even when we have the funds, because government has given allocation of these funds. We have the PDM, we have the yoga, youth livelihood programs. We have them, but young people are facing a challenge of they're being priced out because of extortion. When you look at the reports across the sub-region, specifically the Eastern Uganda, you see that some of these youths have been forced to pay illegal registration fee. Now, I would bring it to myself. I've said this on every platform that I've been given. I personally, and some colleagues of mine, we applied for PDM. The policy says 1 million. In that 1 million, we received only 300,000 shillings. When we received that 300,000 shillings, the person who had connected me into that circle where I had applied asked me for 50,000 shillings. So I had to remain with 250,000 100,000 shillings. In the economy that we are living in currently, that cannot even afford your rent, cannot even afford your bills. At the end of the day, you're going to get that money, but you're not going to even use it productively. So my argument is about the capital being blocked by the corruption is the capital denied to my fellow. So government should guarantee that this 30% which they put into the PDM system and also the youth level funds, it reaches to the youth lead enterprises with those flexible terms. If it is about payments or reimbursement or, okay, thank you. If it is about the reimbursement or the payment of those funds to the youths, let it be a direct, if it is from the circle to the phone, okay, to someone's personal phone or personal account, then it will prevent people from extorting the funds that have been allocated to the youth, because we have these funds in place. But the main elephant is about corruption. And also, secondly, I would talk about, because it's more of even though we have the funds, what of the market linkages? So the second opinion would be building direct market linkages where we have government invest in a regional bulking centers, that this is allocated to the youth. Let what is allocated to the youth be for the youth. Thirdly, I would urge out and also talk about that pairing financing with a structured mentorship, which involves in digital skilling, business development, so that the small informal projects grow into structured. The taxation should be slightly favorable for those businesses to stand in. And also look at the job creating small and medium enterprises. So in other words, if we really want to solve the youth unemployment, industrialize the Eastern Uganda, and also secure our economic future, which we must back up the youth, my fellow youths, I and my fellow youths, with the real capital and also the market. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. You have heard both from the mover and the seconder of this motion. I now open the debate to the House. Honorable Ayub. Can you please take the microphone? Can you go and stand where the camera can see you?
Honorable, may you take your seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Ayub Chirinya. I'm a journalist by profession. I'm a youth. Mr. Speaker, whether we really need the programs that government has put in place. For several years over time, the government of Uganda has put in place quite a number of programs, and many of them have also focused on the young people. Now the question is, have these programs really helped the young people? Look at the Ntandikwa, Bagagawale, we have the WEP for the women, and of course women include the young women, and so many other programs. In my own opinion, I don't think world over there is a government that just goes around throwing money at people, and people move out of the poverty that they have been stricken by. I'm also thinking it is deliberate by this government to keep the young people, because every time you throw around coins of money, the people will keep on struggling for that 1 million, and they forget about working for their own. There it will throw for us 1 million. And so I am thinking the government should look at possible avenues where the people of this country can get out of poverty other than throwing money for them. Number one, Ugandans are burdened by the taxes. Look, Mr. Speaker, if I gave you 1 million and you told me you're going to invest the 1 million in rearing chicken, and indeed, you start with 20 chicks. After a period of 3 months, you sell them off. Of course, you've bought the feeds and the rest of the things. And at the end of the month, you've got about 800,000. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you're supposed to take children for medication and so many other things. So, if the government looked at the things that burden Ugandans in terms of spending, because the money that we put in our pockets moves very quickly as compared to how it enters into our pockets. So I am thinking government should find ways of how to reduce on the cost, how Ugandans spend money. You spend little money, you remain with more money in your pockets. One, there must be a deliberate means by this government to ensure that Ugandans, if they are to access health care, it is indeed free health care.
Yes.
And for me, I am deferring.
So is why we needed to know the objectives of the programs, the needs and demands where the programs have not performed, and we stick to the subject matter as the rules of engagement.
Speaker, I understand my colleague, but me, I want to differ. Not realistic. It is not realistic for Ugandans to keep begging this government. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine was a request that we could access our devices such that we can proofread the claims that are being raised about rules of procedure. We don't want to fear to mention certain things over rules that we are not sure about. Thank you.
Welcome. Ayub, please come and finish your point.
Mr. Speaker, I was saying, away from the government thinking of Ugandans by throwing for them money, the young people of this country are very productive people. They can work for themselves. We Ugandans are energetic people. I am only begging government, let them ensure that the taxes that they put on almost everything in this country is reduced. The internet, the groceries that people use at home, the medical care, the school, and so many other things. If Ugandans spend less, they will have much in their pockets. And therefore the government will not struggle to fund them in terms of their livelihood programs.
Thank
I
you.
beg to move.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Joweria, please come for purposes of the media and people outside this house to be following whatever is taking place here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to clarify, Honorable Ayub, that actually the motion, it it was urging government to strengthen. We are not needing any more money in this, but we want to strengthen. We want to follow up. Where did the PDM money go to? How has the YLP what? Helped the what? The youth. That's what we need. We don't need new money, but we want what has this done? How has it been spent? For example, the move of the motion talked about that actually out of the one.
Procedure, Honorable Mugabe.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I would love to beg your protection from our colleagues who think we are here to agree on every aspect that is on the order paper. We have alternative ideas according to the research that you guided us to follow, and I request them to defend their arguments rather than say we are wrong or to disagree with their presentations. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Please, Honorable Joeria, finish up your point. Members, read the motion very well and understand.
I was clarifying. It is a clarification. Mr. Ayub was saying, the way he said it, he was like, we need more money in this, but what we want government to strengthen this and expand. So another thing you talked about, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
You finish. Finish your point.
I'm done. I'm done.
So you can defend your point.
Mr. Speaker, if I may beg, where is the motion? If I may read this motion, urging the government to strengthen and expand youth access to affordable financing and market linkages through the Youth Livelihood Program, Parish Development Model, and other national initiatives to support youth-led enterprises in Eastern Uganda. Mr. Speaker, if I understand this motion very well, the word strengthening may refer to putting in more resources. The word strengthening may refer to policies that government puts in place to strengthen these programs. But also, if you read somewhere, is to access affordable financing.
Wait, what are you raising? Please come this side. The problem is microphone. They are not working well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity granted. For me, my query here is that one of the honorable wants to confirm that his idea is more right. On the floor, as one of the honorables came here and said, we are not here to differ with anybody, but we are here to give recommendations on whatever is happening here. So what the honorable has said, yes, has differed with the motion, but in actual sense, he's supporting it. He came here and differed with it, but he's talking or he's referring to some of the programs by supporting it. So I'm here to inform the member, and as you see, as I support or as you are supporting, I believe you know very well the motion is right. So, honorable member, to finish time and proceed on one thing, I request to honorable speaker that you allow other members to debate on this issue and elaborate it, because a member in disguise has supported the bill. Thank you.
Okay, 1 minute, Mr. Ayubu. Defend yourself.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to defend myself.
They are saying,
no,
in actual sense, you are supporting, and then you are saying,
I have been very clear on my points. I don't know where the difference is coming from, I was only trying to to rectify
Order in the house. Wait.
what Joweria was saying. That government, they are not urging government to put more money in these programs.
Okay.
But in the motion itself, Mr. Speaker, there is the word financing. And therefore, this means that this motion seeks for government's intervention on anything that has failed these programs from alleviating young people from the poverty that they are in.
Yes. But the mover, in the mover's explanation, there was corruption somewhere.
My own opinions.
Okay, yes. Order, yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues.
Okay.
Just like my sister there, Honorable Jowery has said, and my brother, Mr. Ayub is actually trying to claim monopoly over the knowledge about the motion. But in actual sense, his submission is in support of the motion, though he claims to be he claims to be opposing. If you read this motion very well, you'll understand that the funds are already there, but what they are calling for is just structural transformation. Transformation in structures, how these funds are dispersed to the youths. For instance, you talked about reduction of the taxes. Yes, it is also a requirement. So in other words, you are supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Andrew.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. Andrew Nanjera is my name. I hail from Bulambuli District.
Add on your voice.
Okay,
So
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. Andrew Nanjera is my name. Hail from Bulambuli District. We shouldn't blame my brother, he's a journalist. Very few journalists will admit to this motion. But then, just like my colleague has said, we want to find remedies on how this government can boost the already existing programs. That's what we're looking for. And I come here with the remedies. Remedy number one, we want to admit that yes, the government is trying its best to improve the livelihoods of the young people of this great nation. But then, a few things are lacking. Someone came here and said, she was supposed to get 1 million. Instead, she got 300,000, which means the target has not been reached. How do we find the solution to the balance of the 700,000 shillings to boost? Now, I come here with some recommendations. One, the government should increase the youth funding for the youth livelihood programs and the parish development model. Because we all believe that 1 million is a very little money to sustain anyone or to carry out a moderate business. So there must be an increase in this funding. Two, there must be strong monitoring and transparency systems to ensure that funds reach the intended beneficiaries. There was no monitoring in that she got the 300,000. But if there were strong measures, monitoring measures and systems in place, she would have gotten her 1 million instead of the 300,000 shillings. So let's debate in line of us helping the government to boost this.
Thank you. Honorable Amos.
Okay, Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Amos Wadada Akram, and I do not want to differ, but I just want to comment. I don't know if it is the choice of words or the English that is disturbing the House, but I want to believe that I heard very well Mr. Ayub what he mentioned. His submission was clear, that you are going to be given 1 million. Let's assume the corruption is not there and you've gotten the 1 million. But what is disturbing Ugandans and the young people is the high taxes. And he gave an example, a clear one. You will be given the 1 million provided the question that she has received 300 has been ruled out, and that is okay. Now she has gotten 1 million. But then from the 1 million, she's going to get, okay, let her start up a poultry farm or something like that. But the high taxes on the expenditure, the costs of living, is the problem as to why very many these programs are not thriving. And I think that is the point that is trying to put across. So I don't know what is causing this kind of exchange, taking us back to debating whether something is right or the motion is understood correctly or not.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues. Honorable Andrew touched something on monitoring, government strengthening, monitoring, ways of monitoring some of these initiatives. I'm biasing my point on the PDM, which has been abused mostly in my community. I'm from Karamoja, and it's part of the eastern region because it's in the northeastern of the country. In my community, when people get the PDM money, they resort to drinking and just wasting money in bars. So, as a result, I think that if government establishes district-based youth enterprise support centers that provide entrepreneurship, training, financial literacy, business advisory services, innovation support, and mentorship, such abuse of the initiatives can be reduced. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Before, yeah, you can take your seat. Members, you have been asking yourself why we have a person who interprets the language. We do have a person with disability within our house. I think for recognition, you can stand, and for the purposes of the media to capture you, this is a person with a disability. Please continue.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity granted. The name is Mkodo, we had son representing the inclusion portfolio, and in exercise of the rights conferred from you, I stand here, Honorable Speaker, in full support of this motion, but I support it with a wound in my chest. Why am I saying this? This motion risks repeating what exactly has been done for decades in Uganda, but it's going to repeat it. Why am I saying so? The move of the motion talked about the affirmative action. Article 32 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda talks about affirmative action for the marginalized groups. The marginalized groups include women, youths, and the persons with disabilities, which I have not had. What are we claiming for? Uganda's Vision 2040, Uganda's National Development Plan has a human capital development pillar. The human capital development pillar also includes the persons with disabilities. Imagine a youth in MBALE going for PDM funds. The application process, the application form is inaccessible, attends to the council, attends the meetings, there is no sign language. Therefore, what I'm calling for, I therefore urge this parliament to adopt this motion, but with an explicit disability inclusion amendment of a minimum 15% PWD beneficiary quota across all youth financing programs, to make sure also that these programs are fully accessible in application, beginning from Braille to sign language. And at the end, I want to inform you this, Honorable Speaker, that Uganda's Vision 2040 speaks about a prosperous nation built on every citizen's potential. National Development Plan 4 also speaks of human capital development pillar. And also, if we pass this motion today and the partial development model, the YLP and the Myoga still have no lamp, no sign language, no braille, no what? How can we honestly claim that we are protecting and we are building transformation? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Applause, please. Yes, Honorable, as we finish up on this motion.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and the House, following up from the precurrent speaker, we are all aware as a country, based on the UBOS evidence of 2024, that this country has 14 million people between the age of 15 and 30, and 11 million people between 18 and 30. 5.5 million Ugandan youth are not in employment, education, or training. That is the need. But when we look at the funds and the budget allocated to the parish development model, to the youth livelihood fund, these funds, if you equal them all and divided them by the number of youth, Right Honorable Speaker, who are not on employment, it leaves over 70% of young people as non-beneficiaries. When you look at the budget and money through the Ministry of Gender allocated to such programs, when you look at the 30% margin for young people at a parish and the number of youth in every parish, it means the number of beneficiaries who have to wait are 70% of the youth in the parish. I don't know at what frequency will you have covered the 70%, because we all live at the same time in life that we want high quality of service delivery. So I want to move a request via you, Right Honorable Speaker, that government, first of all, reviews the program on the amount of funds sent to the programs. I find the money still so little. So, and another request, Right Honorable Speaker, as I beg to leave the floor, is that issues of monitoring and administrative responsibility should involve the National Youth Council. Government should be intentional about funding the National Youth Council to supervise programs concerning young people.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Colleagues, as you debate, you also give some statistics of how you have researched, like this honorable of mine, the person with disability, has come clearly with the statistics on his own column. You understand? So if you are youth, also come with those statistics. And actually, members, we have seen that the motion should, according to the person with PWDs, we should include, because you may find in the offices of the person with the, PWDs, a person who is there is okay. Now how will you address a person who has a disability? Yet, for you, you don't. You understand? You address, you are in a youth council, but aged 60. So how will you know what the youth of our time, our era, we are going through? So I think as they are implementing this, if they are say youth livelihood program, let the youth run those things. I understand, not so. Because this is now the argument where it is rotating. Because if you know you are a fellow youth, then you will not, of course, burden your fellow youth in achieving what they want in life. But now if you are in your 80s, 90s, then you are debating on behalf of the youth. It may not work out, I think. So for purposes of time, we want to finish up at this motion. Yes, be the last. And before, colleagues, make sure when you come, I know some of your research is on your phones, not so? Make sure that cameraman doesn't see your phone when you are debating here. We don't want the phone to be seen. The moment I see your phone, that means also the cameraman is seeing it. And we don't want the phones. All right.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Once again, my name is Chipea Dennis. I am a youth leader in MBALE City. I rise to debate on the motion that is on the floor. And my debate or my argument may not differ so much from that of Ndugu Masawi, I want to rise on a point whereby we have programs intended for young people but being managed by people who are not youth. Just yesterday, young people were boiling in these same chambers on a point that for us as leaders of MBALE City, I came to notice that some of the challenges we are having is the information vacuum, or call it the sensitization bit of it. Take for instance, we have a program that is called the Youth Livelihood Program. Most young people don't know how to go about to access the Youth Livelihood Program. Then there are those who think the Youth Livelihood Program is a token from the central government, forgetting that this is a loan. For instance, MBALE is having a very bad record. It's one of the cities or districts in the whole country that has been blacklisted for the Youth Livelihood Program. Reason being, the recovery process has been very poor. We have people that have taken 20 millions, 16 millions, 15 millions, 10 millions, 5, 10 years back, and have not even paid a single penny. Yet it is a revolving fund. When you take this money, you're supposed to repay it to enable another youth to also benefit from the same program. So I want to urge your government to enable the structure that is in control or that leads the young people, that's the National Youth Council, to empower it to be in position to sensitize first now from MBALE City, those young people that have taken the resources and they are not paying back, to pay the money such that other young people can also benefit from the program. For the interest of time, I'll beg to submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Now, we are voting on this motion. With the column that we have, we can pass or reject this motion today. So, honorable members, those in support of this motion, urging the government to strengthen and expand the youth access to affordable financing and marketing linkages through youth livelihood programs, parish development model, and other national initiatives to support youth-held enterprises in Eastern Uganda, say yea. And those who those who say no, nay. No. Let's repeat. Those in support say yea. Those not in support say nay. And yes takes it, because the nay are just a few, but they are talking louder. The motion has been passed by this parliament. The second motion, 7.2, I request the motion mover to come forward.
The second motion.
Let the motion mover reads it.
The
gives
second
a piece
motion
of it,
of the
then the second does it, then the motion mover comes back the way we did the first motion. So let him read the motion himself. Mugabe, please take the floor. You read, you say a little about it, then the second seconds it, you come back for explanation.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Mugabe Alan from Budadiri East Constituency, Sironko District. I beg to move a motion urging the Ministry of Education and Sports to reform the curriculum to include practical vocational training and life skills education from lower primary education. Allow me a highlight on this motion. The reforms that we are talking about are going to be gradual improvements in the system, and therefore I don't want honorable members to come here worrying about the system being abrupt and becoming a burden. Then lower primary, for purposes of clarity, I'm talking of primary 1 to primary 3 class, and upper primary is P4 to primary 7. And the current system includes discipline, including literacy 1, A and B. We have numbers, we have mathematics, English, reading and writing, they study handwriting, and religious education. Then in the upper secondary, they are having social studies, integrated science, math, and English, where the religious education is included in social studies. We intend that the lower primary section is where the reforms of life skills be included, and the upper primary section is where the practical vocational training education is included. And the life skills that I'm talking about are practical abilities to allow individuals to effectively navigate everyday demands and life challenges. Talk of resilience. Right Honorable Speaker, I would love to appreciate Honorable Dada Amos Akram, because he's already having an initiative led by youth handling the life skill education of resilience. I wish I had the powers to tell him to stand for recognition. There is also first aid. There is effective communication. We have teamwork, stress management. These are serious issues that adults are facing because they didn't have the opportunity to learn about them during their underyears. We have budgeting. Members, colleagues have been arguing about finances here. Therefore, if we taught our kids budgeting as early as lower primary, it will be helpful. We have basic hygiene, creative and problem thinking, creative and problem-solving thinking. There is self-control, self-defense, and time management.
All those should be included in the lower.
Yes, in lower primary.
Lower primary.
Then for upper primary, I've abbreviated that as the PVT. There are hands-on education to direct people in career preparedness, and there is cookery, there is tailoring, there is shoemaking, ICT, agriculture. Actually, ICT is very important because I'm sensing AI speeches in some of the honorable deliberations here. So this is a very important life skill. There is plumbing, masonry, secretarial studies, and basic electrical engineering. Okay. I know honorable colleagues are already about to the many items under these portions of education, but I want you to remember that I talked of reforms that are very gradual.
Okay.
The aim of these reforms here are personal and communal, and I'll come and back it up during as the discussions are ongoing. Thank you very much.
Okay. Please take the floor.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity granted. My name is Nadunga Sandra, a youth leader from Bulambuli. I rise to second the motion urging the Ministry of Education and Sports to reform the curriculum to include practical, vocational training and life skills education from lower primary education. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you so much. Now the Honorable Mugabe, motion mover, please.
Thank you very much, the House, and Honorable Sandra. I was talking of the relevancy of this motion here in community, that it helps at a personal level and at a communal level. For example, we are preparing these children for the real world out there. I know when you join kindergarten, they tell you how you're going to study, graduate, and immediately get a job, earn a lot of money, support your family. But honorable colleagues, as you're seated here, you know the reality. And therefore, we are preparing these people that in case things don't go as calculated, they can have a skill that can make them survive. And then we are also trying to save the burden of the cost that a guardian or a parent would incur to attend for similar services at a specialized institution. Let's say there is an institution that deals in plumbing and you have to go there to get the basic skills. Those costs can be avoided, and we still have a general population having these skills here. Then we are also looking at the contribution to the community through involvement in different activities. For example, I happen to be an expert in first aid, but I don't mean you should pass out because we're a little bit busy. we might need to contact the hospital. That has helped me at a personal level that I'm a member of the Red Cross and Crescent Society, and I'm serving my community, including one of the most vulnerable areas, that is Bulambuli district, where our youth councillor, Honorable Nangera, comes from. In case there is a member that thinks I'm giving wrong information, I can forward to you my Red Cross ID, because I don't want to make claims. Then, the target is to have a large population that has a lot of capacity. We don't have to struggle to look for help from a distant area that by the time it would reach, someone maybe would be dead. Look at the bus accidents that occurred. I'm not saying maybe there is a blame to send there, but in case some of the survivors had skills that they had been educated during their primary life, they would have managed, I'm setting a possibility, a possible scenario, they would have managed to save some of the casualties who died in the instance, because I'm very sure not all those that were affected died on the spot. There are some who died during transit to the health facilities, and therefore, if these skills were there, it would be easier to have some community-based solutions there and then. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, before you leave the floor, and before I open the floor to honorable members, since we are debating this motion today, can you give us some information about the new curriculum the government brought into play and the one you argue to have?
I talked about that, Right Honorable Speaker, but then I would proudly still do. The primary section of Uganda does not have any new curriculum. It is the same with a few advancements, a few changes here and there. And among the changes that could have gone there, because I remember during my times, I had literacy 1, literacy 2, and 3. But to my surprise, during a survey that I conducted, I found I have only one literacy, and that is literacy 1A and B. So those are the few changes that have been there. We are only calling for integration. We are not calling for a complete change of curricula. No, we are simply calling for integration of these life skills here and,
Okay.
And vocational training. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much, Honorable, for that great submission. I now open the floor to all members. Please, by rise up of a hand. Yes, you are the first. Please take the floor. Take the mic.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and the honorable colleagues. I rise to strongly oppose this motion. Honorable colleagues, I want to urge you all to strongly reject this dangerous proposal basing on the grounds that I'm going to give you. While the desire to solve youth unemployment in eastern Uganda is a noble cause, forcing practical vocational training onto children in lower primary is a dangerous policy mistake. It ignores the basic rules of early childhood development. Right Honorable Speaker, the UEZO National Learning Assessment Report indicates that less than 32% of pupils in P3 across eastern Uganda can read a simple sentence in English or even count from 1 to 100. This therefore means that our children are suffering from severe learning poverty. How can we then expect a 7-year or a 12-year-old child in Bukedi to read chemical labels on fertilizers or measure a fabric for tailoring when they cannot even read the alphabet or even count from 1 to 100? Honorable colleagues, by crowding out basic literacy and numeracy to make room for livelihood studies, we are setting up our children to fail. We risk producing a generation that is literate both in the classroom and in the workshop. Furthermore, let us look at our local schools. The Ministry of Education Sector Performance Report shows a national deficit of over 35,000 classrooms. implying that first, the ministry has failed to construct sufficient classrooms for our learners in lower primary. In the rural schools of Eastern Uganda, the teacher to a student ratio is a staggering 1 to 75 pupils, implying that one teacher is responsible for 75 pupils. How can a single teacher supervise 75 6 to 10-year-olds children in handling sharp tools, sewing needles, or farming hoes, moreover in an overcrowded room? Colleagues, this is not education. It is a serious safety hazard. Without workshops, electricity, or running water in our rural UPE schools, this curriculum change will turn into a mockery. Our poor children in Eastern Uganda will be forced to clear bushes and dig gardens under the guise of vocational training. This will widen the inequality gap between the rich and poor parents. Instead, Mr. Speaker, the financial numbers simply do not add up. This year, on the 15th of April, 2026, the Parliament had to pass an emergency supplementary of shillings 9 billion to support the already existing Adult TVET Council from collapsing because of a massive funding deficit. So if the government is already struggling to fund adult vocational institutes who have actually only 130,000 registered students, where will it get money to buy tools for millions of primary school pupils? Right, Mr. Speaker, if we allow this change, we will increase school dropout rates. When underfunded rural schools start asking poor parents to pay extra material fees for seeds, clay, or fabrics, impoverished families in Eastern Uganda, where youth unemployment is already at 37%, will pull their children out of school entirely. And mark you right now, the Honorable Minister for Local Government is arresting people who are asking for this money. So even if head teachers or teachers start asking for this extra money to buy materials for this vocational training, Honorable Minister Balam is going to come for them. So imagine people are dropping out of school, and at the same time the head teachers and the teachers.
Yes, Honorable Mike B. Samuel.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, me as a Christian, we believe that the Bible says, teach your child the way to go when he's still young, that when he grows up, he will not deviate from it. That means what a child learns while still young, it is very hard for that child to leave that thing. Facebook was not put to place with an old man. He was a youth like me. Actually, I win him in years. He was only 19 years old. That was Mark. That's when he started Facebook. Now, I want to correct my brother. When he says that, when we say that we want to teach these children like vocational skills, it does not simply mean the government should bring so many things in place. It starts with you, a parent. It goes low as you, a parent. For example, most of our parents are accountants. You can still teach your child how to manage books at your home. Some of them, like my child, is now 7 years, but knows the medications of pressure, how to... Now, wait for me. Let me first finish before
Order.
When this teaching, I support this motion knowing very much well that most of the children drop out before even reaching campus level. So if at all you're there saying that this is wrong, and we have girls who are dropping out before even finishing senior 4, how are you helping that person? What if this girl had a skill taught earlier? She would go with this skill. For example, tailoring. He goes out of this thing and goes and does her tailoring and gets money out of it. I beg to stop there.
Thank you. Let me have a lady. Point of information is granted.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise on a point to defend my brother there that I strongly oppose this motion of adopting vocational training in lower primary. Reason, my brother, you must be aware as of now that at least in every sub-region we have presidential skilling hubs, that even a P1 dropout, you can go and join a presidential skilling hub and acquire a skill that you're talking of, the tailoring, bricklaying. There are so many hands-on skills. So if you introduce the vocational skills in lower primary, you've just said that what you teach a child at an early age, it's very hard to deviate from it. So meaning we are going to raise a generation that is thinking only about vocational skills, that you'll end up only having tailors. How are we going to acquire doctors? How are we going to acquire physicians? I beg to be guided.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Boy.
Now I want to ask some question. This question goes to the two of the people who are disagreeing with the motion.
Honorables.
The honorables. You said that there are hubs of government that you can go even when you're still young, right? That means you're already accepting the motion. Now listen. Now I want to correct this man. The honorable. when he came to oppose the motion, he said you should know that there are government programs that allow young children at the age of 1 to go and what? Get skills. That means instead of going to that hub, why can't they bring these hubs in the schools?
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I really strongly support this motion. As a young woman working with the teenage mothers or girls that have been affected with teenage pregnancy, I really support this motion. If the government introduces vocational studies or vocational skills in schools, by the time these young girls drop out, or by the time the young men drop out of school, they will have a skill that can support them outside school. And you find that the major cause of teenage pregnancy in our communities, most of the the adolescents are very idle. They end up becoming victims of drug abuse. They become victims of teenage pregnancy because literally in the communities, they are not doing anything. If they learn a skill from the schools, they get back home and start practicing on that skill, there will be financial dependency.
Thank you.
So I really support the introduction of vocational skilling in lower primary, because young people will grow when they are empowered and
Thank you.
Financially stable. Thank you.
Order, members. Okay. You are going to defend yourself. Let Tina finish. And you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Ayub once again. The motion is, and I want us to understand it very well, urging the Ministry of Education and Sports to reform the curriculum to include practical vocational training and life skills education from lower primary education. Adding skills. Who of you wouldn't wish to have a skill in life seriously? A swimming skill, for example. Who of you really would want to fall in a river and can't swim? Isn't that a skill for one to learn, such that when you fall in a river, you are able to swim and move out of it? I am saying The person that is negating this motion really used a lot of English. These are simple things that we need to understand from a layman's perspective. You are a father, that you are going to have children. For us, some of us never had these opportunities to grow when we are nurtured on a particular skill.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, before I submit.
Yes.
The Indian community that we see are rich all over have mastered one piece. Raise your child with a skill. And the skill they have mastered is the business skill. You raise a child from childhood, is the person that is managing your business from age 1 up to when he becomes a man. Sudhir, the man you see, the boy that perished in an accident recently, is a boy that he has raised through the ranks of his businesses. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion, saying that the government should really begin nurturing our children from the lower primary, such that we are able. My sister there just said that when a boy or a girl drops out of school, when he has learnt a skill of electrical engineering, who of you doesn't want to sleep in a house which is wired?
Thank you.
I beg to submit, Mr.
Honorable.
Speaker.
But again, before Honorable comments, this motion is a broad, you see, a broad spectrum motion, because when you talk about the skills of swimming, of dancing, of what, we also have other skills that needs practical and more other things to put in school in order to have them. Go on, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm Honorable Bunot Yusuf from Manafa. I'm a district councillor representing my sub-county where I come from, that is Nalondo, in Manafa. And I hold a bachelor's degree in business studies. I stand here to disagree with this motion. As you are very much aware that in primary currently, even what you get is not called a certificate. It's called a pass slip. It is a result slip. Thank you very much. You should very know that the skills you are talking about, when you get them, these people are going to end up in an informal sector, whereby when you find someone on the street brushing shoes, and is not going to deal only with the shoes from Bali or Manafa. Even Elangi is going to come here and want to brush shoes, but the child, because he was dropping out from P1 to go and learn a school, doesn't know even how to speak, so at the end of the day, cannot even.
Information is granted.
Thank you very much. I wanted to inform my colleague Honorable that we have Mbale garage.
Now, for purposes of record, please. You can stand there. Don't go, because you are continuing.
About the informal sector, I want to inform my fellow honorable that the informal sector is the one that is having more money than the formal sector right now. Garage, we have young children who have grown up in garage, making doors, gates, me inclusive. But when I make one gate, in 3 days, I earn 1.5 on a gate. So you can't say that they end up in informal sector. How is the living? How are they living? Is it on a standard or not?
Thank you.
I think before I get more information.
Let's get to information so you respond once. And if information has been passed, please don't repeat. Now let's have order in the house. Order in the house. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues. My name is Hire Sharif. But first, before I raise the point of information, I raise a point of order.
Wait. Honorable Boy, Mike. Order. Voices should be low. I know you have. Continue, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for that protection. I almost raised a point of order that honorables, in order to keep shouting just like they are excited for food, I beg for your protection on my behalf and other. I think the English is complex. That is why. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
I've already raised that. Order granted. What do you want to pass? It's not in order.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I will not. Order. Right, Honorable Speaker, my name is Hire Sharif, and I am a youth chairperson in Budaka District, Jami Parish. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think the problem for why this debate is heated up is simply because honorable colleagues have not given attention to the motion that is intended to be raised. It is not about who is living a better life and who is living a worse life. So I pray that honorables do not proceed to debate whether the formal or informal sector has more money or less money. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will be glad if honorable colleagues take this as a serious point, that we can have this motion debated and passed in peace. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Please continue.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I would refer to one honorable who even proudly said that aren't all of us proud to have a swimming skill. In my village where I come from, I don't have even a stream passing nearby a primary school that we have. So we already have a problem where there is corruption. I know the honorables are
information denied. Please first wait the current speaker to finish up the submission. Please continue.
Thank you for the protection. Otherwise, Honorable, I think you'll give me the time to give you more information about you are the one who moved this motion. You remember very well that each of us at least have gone to university education. One of the course units that we always have is communication, language and communication skills. It is not all about which sector has more money. It is all about people who are going to this sector. How are they going to achieve what they could when they cannot even stand to bargain for the get that you are doing? So it is like us saying that we are bringing practical and vocational skills in primary. It is like we want to deviate the pupils from acquiring, because we shall not have you as all the years. We need to have members of parliament. We need to have other sectors represented. Now, if all of the children are being taught and told that you have to go and acquire a skill, and the cut point is you reach at least A level or the equivalent of that to be a member of parliament. So do we mean that all the people are going to end up there and tomorrow we shall have no people even to represent us?
Thank you.
I will not kowtow with what the member said, that we introduce the vocational skills in primary. I would prefer if government maintained what is there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A lady? We have ladies active in the house.
Is the lady giving me information, or I can go and sit in peace?
You go and sit. Go and sit. Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much, the honorable colleagues. I've come here to rise on this motion.
Let's have silence in the house. Order granted. Comrades, comrades, you first sit, all of you. First sit, all of you. I'm the speaker in this house. Please, I'm the speaker. At least give me that small respect I do deserve. Members, in my communication, I said we can strongly disagree, but in a respectful manner. So it's not good in pointing your finger in every, you get it, in your every honorable and that. We know you have different knowledges, different capacities. Let's exercise it on the floor, isn't it? Okay, now I'm giving the information to Bui Mike because he's the culprit here. Order in the house. Sergeant at arms, please do work. What is your point? Point of what? Information. You wait for to finish the information. Which one is your? No, I'm saying somebody raised a point of order and he was meaning to somebody. So I gave him a chance to first explain so that we meet to be at balance. Uh-huh.
Now, I want to correct one of the honorable.
1 minute, one minute.
When I say that my child knows how to administer medicine, he thought I am a medic, not knowing that my mom is sick and the granddaughter is the one who administers the medicine to her. Now I want to inform you, honorable, that I am not a medic. I am a human resource manager, but it does not fail me to be also in the formal sector.
Thank you.
As a garage maker.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, Honorable Ayub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are delaying my gun, my honorable.
Mr. Speaker,
on the floor.
I want to believe that all of us who are here are educated with the different professions. And at this level, I don't want to believe that what you studied at university is very important in this house. Because I am very certain that we have human resource managers, journalists here, and I believe all of us, at one level, we've gone to a university. So it is not very important for you to tell us, let me finish. It is not very important for you to argue in that angle.
Okay,
because all of us have studied and we have degrees.
You wanted to say something, honorable? Before I give the speaker? Yes? Please come. After you, my honorable on the floor takes it. Before. For you.
I'm very sorry, Right Honorable Speaker, for interrupting the precurrent speaker, but I'm rising on rules.
Yes.
The speaker has to follow, seeing that the house is fair. Right Honorable Speaker, there are members who are rising to speak and even beginning speaking without your authority and of your chair. We all want to be dominant, but let's be civil, let's be a bit organized. We have not come here to show off that I'm more connected to the speaker than the other. Right?
Who is more connected? Please, the current speaker, take the floor.
Thank you so much, honorables. I've come here to raise on this motion, urging the Ministry of Education and Sport to reform the curriculum to include practical vocational training and life skills education from lower primary education. For example, I will start with this on the new curriculum which was introduced in high school. It's basically practical. And when this curriculum came in, actually, it came in like abruptly. Personally, I didn't know how to read the results when it came back because I was not aware of the what? Of the curriculum. Now, on such a thing, if this curriculum was introduced in lower primary, it could be easy for us or even our parents to read and understand the new curriculum. On another point, we can look at the ghetto kids. Actually, the skills we are talking about is not like medic in lower primary. No, we have skills like dancing, swimming, such skills that is capable for this lower primary. You'll know, that honorable talked about introducing sharp objects in lower primary, which cannot be there. If we're talking about the practical training for this lower primary, it cannot be like the ones of the upper primary or vocationals. Thank you so much.
So, Honorable is making this thing clear. Thank you. Remember, this motion is talking about lower primary. Have lower primary and upper primary. So that means, has made it clear. We should do at least on levels. For lower primary, these are the skills. When you reach upper primary, these are the skills. When you go to vocational, these are the skills. Okay? Come and be the I'm going to end with Madam. And what? It's a point of what? Okay. Continue. Yes?
Thank you so much for the opportunity given. My name is Derek Onyala, a youth leader of Bulambu District, in the position of chairperson NRM Youth League and the finance secretary of the NYC. This is a maiden speech, and those who know the rules, for those who know the rules of procedure of Parliament, understand that. I am against the motion 100%. I am a senior educator, and what I want to speak, it's from an affirmative action of some research. While Article 30 and Article 34 give a right to education, they do not specify what type of education. I want to be very clear. Members, for us in Uganda, we come here and discuss very many things. We speak very nice English, and after detailing the reports, people get the information and they sell to other countries for implementation. So we must move from that technicality. Well, the priority should be foundational literacy and the numeracy skills first. For the children of P1 to P3, let me tell you, for instances, a child in class, the age of the child, if the age is 9 years old, the attention span is 9 minutes. So you want to bring a detailed curriculum and append it to a very young child who will lose the attention span very fast. Then at the end of the day, you have lost time, resources, and management. It's a maiden speech.
As we wind up.
Well. Okay. It's a maiden speech. It's a maiden speech.
Point of order granted.
Order in the house. Yes, point of order granted.
The current speaker gave us the research from which is getting the information. Whether the information is given is here inside.
Speaker, continue.
Thank you so much. 2, overloading P1 to P3 with vocational skills may violate the child's right to age appropriate education under Article 34. 2, objectives 14.
I was the motion mover, And I would love that members discuss in line with how I set it. Life skills will be from primary 1 to primary 3. Vocational skills will be from primary 4 to primary 7. And I went ahead to specify which exact skills are we considering in this case. And they are only worried of the abrupt change of the system. I went on to tell you that the motion talks of reform, which means it is not abrupt. It is a systematic thing. It is gradual. We are going to implement it. And I think let him first communicate. I can come and sum up the motion later because it means we are only a few people understanding what is going on here.
Thank you. No, when you are cooking food, when you are planting a younger tree, you might not know that that tree will grow. So as it grows, you understand the importance of that tree. So allow me finish the message, then you understand at the end of the day. Okay. So the objective 14 talks about equipping youth with skills, but youth refer post-primary age, not 6 years old in lower primary. Then two, or one of the second last, in the Education Act 2008, Section 6, yes, the minister is responsible, but frequent changes destabilizes learning. The current systematic curriculum was just rolled out. And then the NCDC Act CAP 139. NCDC is already implementing the best competency skills of the curriculum. Where in case that implementation might cause fatigue to the younger children. Even when they are still primary or post-primary, it is going to become fatiguous to the children.
Thank you.
The last of it for the vocational institutions which are around the Kampala and maybe Mbale. The BTV VET Act 208, vocational training, is legally meant for post-primary institutions, extending it to our primary blurs the mandate of the BV VET institutions, and they will lack the students to go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our last honorable on this.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Kisa Sharon is my name. I'm a youth leader and a student leader as well. I have come here to inform the proposers. I'm opposing the motion strongly. First of all, the proposers of the motion, I think they are not certain of what they are proposing. That is first. So I want to make you certain of this. First of all, you're talking about the lower primary and the vocational trainings. Well, we've not refused these trainings. All of us, we love it. It is best for all of us, but how? I'm beginning with the lower primary. If we invest this in our lower primary children, first of all, we are going to overload these young children from the lower primary, from P1 to P4. These pupils of ours are still learning how to read and write. They're still learning the school. They're not certain of what to do. But if we invest this in them, that they're going to learn how to maybe do tailoring, how to bake cakes, how to things of such a sort. It's not going to be good of them because they're supposed to learn and write and understand the school. Secondly, for the vocational, my honorable colleague Dennis spoke of the industrial hubs. Those people, they're old enough. Me, I was in P7 when I was 13. I can stop the sewing machine, right? So that is good for me. The hubs are there. After their P7, in their holidays, before senior one, they can go for the hubs industry. Can that work for us? So I want to strongly oppose this. For the lower primary, we are not accepting. It's not going to be good for our pupils. They are still young. For the vocation training, anyone maybe who has dropped out of school can go for the hubs. The president has brought that for us. So that means we are intimidating what he brought. Are we? Not. So for my honorable colleagues who are proposing, I'm strongly opposing this concerning what I've spoken. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Honorables, this. You remember our parents, we are taken by these schools. The schools no longer giving us time to teach our children the real skills of how we pass through. You find a pupil is in P1 but going in at school at 7 and coming back at 7 again. You get it? Saturdays they are studying, Sundays they are there. So these skills could be so good if we parents teach them when they are still young. Yes? And then they gradually continue with the vocation as they grow up. But now, these people, the schools, the managements of the schools, for the purposes of passing and get grade ones, they are taking much of our time. Secondly, even the resources, if these people are taking everything, then how can we do that? No. What I'm saying, I wanted to give a clarity. Now the proposers will say, the proposers will say, Speaker, you are against us. Please come. Come on. The proposers don't say I'm against you, no? But I'm picking what is right. Can you come and camera? We want the camera to capture you. So, members, don't say I'm sided. I'm bringing, because I'm also a parent and I know what exactly you are talking about. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity granted. But it has beaten in my mind that the Speaker of the House has turned to debate the motion. Is it procedurally right for the Speaker to debate the motion?
Okay. Let me answer this. Honorables, order, members, in this house, we are here to exchange ideas, to be captured on camera, giving, wait, the Speaker is talking, you are asking point of information. So, comrades, I'm saying, I didn't directly oppose or propose the motion, but I was giving a clear view depending on how our honorables have debated. Yes, because all of us, we are forgetting that much of our time is taken by these schools. And we as parents, who could at least do some of these skills to our children, it is not there. So, I call Honorable Mugabe to come and wind up on this. Honorable Mugabe? Information not granted.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for the discussions. Before I start on summing up this motion, I want to jealously regard the Speaker. He's in charge here. And even if he's not supposed to move or second a motion, he can give his thought about it without mentioning the exact size. Okay, the motion we've had was a motion urging the Ministry of Education and Sports to reform the curriculum to include, quote the word, include practical vocational training and life skills education from lower primary education. The things that I can note from the discussions as the mover are that all the people who came to oppose the motion were talking about, they were worried about curriculum change, and yet for us we're talking about reforms, which means we're simply going to involve a few aspects in what's already existing. Then there is a honorable who came and said that even vocational training that presidential hubs are there to train even P1 dropouts. And on the same honorables who came to oppose, they were saying, no, a P1 dropout cannot. He was also an opposer, actually. That is Mr. Kipea, Honorable Kipea. While the colleagues were arguing that it is not possible for a person of that age to be in vocational training. Colleagues, I'm summing up the motion. I'm summing up the motion. Then, Right Honorable Speaker, please protect me.
You are protected, Honorable. Continue.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Then someone came and lied to the House that the Ministry of Education asked for an emergency funding, which has not been there because they were given 6.6 trillion of the 84 trillion that was in the national budget of 2026, 2027. And so far, they are not among those who have requested for an emergency funding. I'm protected. I'm protected by the speaker. The speaker protected me.
Now, you are protected and you are continuing saying I'm protected.
We
Please
specified
finish up.
clearly what life skills are and where they are going to be applied in the primary level. What practical vocational training is and where it's going to be applied. I've mentioned that now, it is the third time. But honorable colleagues have deliberately refused to understand the fact that I've told you this falls here and the other one falls the other side.
Thank you.
Someone talked of that is a councillor somewhere. I would rather not mention.
Summarize,
Honorable
please.
Speaker, that if a person from his district of Manafa, there is no need to learn a skill like swimming. But Manafa, one of the flood-prone areas, actually it is even raining right now. And we might hear bad news. I don't intend that, right, Honorable Speaker, but I would request that we welcome this. Then in conclusion, someone talked of frequent changes destabilizing learning. There have been no changes in the primary curriculum, as I noted, right, Honorable Speaker, and therefore I would like to trash that claim. I don't want honorables to come and lie to the House. Then there is a member who came and quoted a lot of laws, but we are here to discuss, to try to amend laws. Laws are not there to exist. These are constitutions, these are acts of parliament and agencies. They are not 10 commandments that we can say when God says don't kill, we change and say, I hope you understand, right, honorables. Okay. So therefore, I conclude by saying it is in favor of our children that this motion is passed, and the people ahead of us understand that the youth of Eastern Uganda actually care about having a skilled environment in the population. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. At this juncture, on the powers entrusted in me and the quorum we have in this house, we are going to, on motion 7.2, we are going to pass it or reject it. The motion is saying, urging the Ministry of Education and Sports to reform the curriculum to include practical vocational training and life skills education from lower primary education. Those in support say yay. And those not in support say nay. Let's repeat, members. Those in support say yay. And those not in support say nay. Nay takes it. Let's go to motion 7.3. The mover, please come forward. Time, please.
Right, honorable colleagues, in the interest of time, allow me, through the right honorable speaker, move a motion of the Eastern Youth Parliament on the recurring food insecurity in Eastern Uganda and the need to strengthen climate resilience, sustainability, agriculture, and disaster preparedness. My name is Honorable Masawi Ivan. I'm an engineer by profession. I'm also a youth leader at the Forum for Democratic Change, MBALE. So I stand here to move a motion that the Eastern Youth Parliament brings its voice and position on issues of the recurring food insecurity that need to be and the need to strengthen climate resilience going through a research that Eastern Uganda is not only Bugisu, but other 5 sub-regions that include Busoga, Sebei, Vukedi, Teso, and parts of Karamoja. When you look at the UBOSI report, reporting, over half of Ugandans can't afford 2 meals a day. The Equal Opportunities Report highlights Eastern Uganda as one of the most impoverished regions, and Vukedi taking the medal in the core Eastern here, followed by Teso, and then it comes back to Bugisu. So based on this, the rising food insecurity, food, first of all, is a fundamental human right in Chapter 4. A human has a right, access to food. So it is our responsibility as leaders of young people to take up the mantle for decision making. We emphasize that as this house, we should strongly advocate to see that the position on food insecurity, especially in the region, is a position that hails from our consciousness to see that agriculture is given priority among young people, but also secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I speak this with pain because there is an issue of disaster preparedness in the motion. I'm born and raised in Bududa district, which is globally known as a key victim of circumstances. I think Bududa and Bulambuli occupy the biggest issues with being affected by disaster preparedness. In all of us being aware that government has a national disaster preparedness policy that has not implemented whatever parliament passed in some of these regions, like readiness committees at the parishes, at the sub-counties, investment in technology to see that smart climate monitoring and the information is shared out timely to citizens in some of these areas so that they can always evacuate before time. Right Honorable Speaker, also the issue of preparedness I get touched. Some of our relatives from Bududa were moved to Bulambuli, where my senior colleague, the Honorable Trapejam Derek, comes from. And government, upon relocating them from their original areas, isolated them there without a sustainable program that guides on food insecurity, health, and other related challenges that cause hunger, because some of these people are not having enough land in some of the places they are relocated.
So before you continue giving us data on this motion, may I request the seconder to second this motion?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, the members of Youth Parliament, plus the guest of honor. By the name Kimono Baker, from Manafa, and I'm a youth councillor, female, Manafa district. I'm also a student leader, but I'm an administrator by profession. Mr. Speaker, I raise to second the motion on the encouraging food security in Eastern Uganda and the urgent need to strengthen climate resilience, sustainable agriculture, and disaster preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time,
yes,
given the cognizance of the high school dropouts associated to lack of meals in our schools, especially UPE, we have just had a motion on a debate around issues of education. And no, the National Curriculum Development Center, there is no way it is charged with seeing that as children are getting these syllabuses, they are required to have a nutrition diet of this and this to be able to grasp the knowledge and information. Given all that background of high school dropouts, lack of investment in climate smart technologies in the region, lack of sustainable agriculture interventions, especially within the young people, I want to beg this honorable house to allow me move a motion the Eastern Youth Parliament debate on the recurring food insecurity in Eastern Uganda and the need to strengthen climate resilience, sustainability, agriculture, and disaster preparedness. I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. I now open the debate to the House. I want ladies now more on this. Chisa Shalon. Honorable Chisa Shalon, please take the floor.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity once more. Kisa Sharon is my name. I'm a student leader and a youth leader as well. I have come here to propose the motion. For the people who come from this side, I don't think there is someone who is going to oppose this motion. So on the motion on recalling food insecurity in Eastern Uganda and the need to strengthen climate resiliency, sustainable agriculture and disaster preparedness. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm standing here not only as a member of this House, but as a daughter of as a daughter born in Eastern Uganda, who knows what happens in the East, especially in the Bugisu sub-region. So why food insecurity keeps recurring in Eastern Uganda? Right Honorable Speaker, in Eastern Uganda, we are feeding the nation, yet we are the hungriest people in this nation. Why am I here to propose this motion? One is the climate shocks, like the pre-speaker has just said, the Honorable Masawi Ivan. He has said that in the East, especially in the Bugisu, our climate, it is always rainy. You can't tell. For us, we can know that the rain is coming because of our mountains. But the preparedness, the disasters, always, when they are coming, like the floods and the floods, and when the floods, and when we have grown our crops, when these disasters come, they take away all our crops. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the solution for this, what I can say is climate resiliency. We must invest in irrigation, that is first, water harvesting and climate information to this country, mostly in the Eastern region and mostly in the Bugisu sub-region. So, Right Honorable Speaker, let every sub-county have a weather radio station which can inform the country or the youths in this country. So, yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, more about the disaster preparedness. If we construct community granaries and strategic food reserves in each district, what am I meaning if I say we construct community granaries? If this our foods of ours, we've grown foods, the maize, the beans, the stuffs. Because we know we are going to receive rain and we have disasters to ourselves. So ladies and gentlemen, all the honorable colleagues in the House, we build these granaries. These granaries, I normally see them in those sides of Bukoho, Wiri, those people who come from that side. They build these stuffs, they like with timbers like this, they're round, and they raise them up so that when this rain comes and the floods come in, they cannot go on to the maize which we have stocked. That is one of the solutions I can bring to the House. So my call to this House is, Honorable Speaker, banning farming because of climate change is not going to be a solution. It's not going to be a solution, nor an option. But banning movement during hunger is also not an option. What the option is, building systems that protect our people. Right, Honorable Speaker. So the youth in this parliament today, I want to remind you as the one that told the government before that don't just give us relief, but give us resiliency. I don't know if I'm understood. Don't just give us relief, but give us resiliency. As I conclude, Right Honorable, let us allocate more budgets to agriculture extension workers. Personally, I'm doing agriculture as a course. I'm pursuing agriculture. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, let this parliament today allocate more budget to agricultural extension workers, early morning, and youth-led agribusiness. Because in the eastern Uganda, if we secure our food, Uganda's food is secure and the whole nation. I beg to support.
Thank you
the
so
motion.
much. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity granted.
Yes.
Once again, Wasungui Emmanuel is my name. I'm an agronomist by occupation and a climate activist. Mr. Speaker, climate change is not only a global responsibility, but it is a constitutional obligation or mandate. When you go under quoting Article 39 of the Uganda's Constitution, it gives every Ugandan the right to clean and have healthy environment. Not only the Constitution, but even when you go to the Sustainable Development Goals, that is Sustainable Development Goal number 2 under 13. 2 talks about zero hunger, but when you go to 13, it talks about climate change or climate action. Honorable Speaker, climate change has turned the hopes of our farmers in eastern Uganda into painful memories. Farmers wake up early in the morning, plant hybrid expensive seeds with hope, work tirelessly for months, only to watch floods sweep away the harvest, or drought turns a promising harvest to losses. It is a loss of not only dreams, but school fees, family meals, and the dignity of our people. Honorable Speaker, I will go by having to quote some of the statistics of climate change as we move. For the past 11 years, the temperatures of Uganda have increased by 1.43 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial average, which is harmful to this state. Honorable Speaker, the global greenhouse gas emissions are about 55.8 gigatons of carbon dioxide, which is also harmful to this nation. 81% of the Uganda's population is engaged in rain-fed subsistence farming, making millions of households vulnerable to drought. The remedies I bring to this house to be absorbed by the honorable members. 1, we must leave this house when we have strategized to the government that the problem of climate change, smart agriculture limiting should stop and it should be provided. We must also strengthen agriculture extension. One of the members here, or the honorables, who has just left the platform, talked about the extension workers. For my look at the ratio of an extension worker to the farmers is handling. In the Constitution of Uganda, it is supposed to be 1 to 5,000 farmers. But to our districts, you find 1 extension worker handling over 10,000 and above farmers, which is a risk. I will also look at improvement of disaster preparedness. In Uganda, I think we don't have disaster preparedness. I think they come in when disasters have already taken action. So disasters are more of action than the government taking action. So I request that the government should come in and set in these measures. I will also talk about strengthening cooperatives and improving post-harvest. To finalize with, I will ask the members of this house that if we pass this motion, we shall be remembered for promoting climate, for saving farmers, to have fees, to have income in their pockets, and to revive the households. I submit.
Thank you. Oh, Ayub. Ladies, please. I want you to on the floor. Make sure you warm up. Take it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if I have some members here who share the same view with me. This motion is vague. I am wondering what this
Members,
motion
don't be overexcited. Let the member, the honorable member, give his views, and you listen attentively.
I'm wondering what this motion seeks to have from this house. Because
procedure granted.
Procedure here, we don't have vague emotions. You can only disagree with it, but it can never be vague.
that was my opinion. Mr. Speaker, what this motion looks like is an obvious thing. Because all of us here agree that there is a problem in this region. In my own view, to better this motion, we would look at what interventions the young people can put there. You see, Mr. Speaker, it is good for you to listen before you want to argue. Is it order or procedure? Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would love to guide my honorable colleague that discussions outside this house about the order paper are not only irrelevant but very meaningless, and I would like to, based on that, to move a motion that we add an actor to motion in section 7.3.
So what was your thing? Was it an order or was what?
I would like to move a motion.
First, give us the order you said.
The point of order is, I would not like our honorable colleague to mislead us that we would have any argument outside this house.
Okay. Granted. Ayub, continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. What I was saying is that there is need to have an actor on the motion. Because the motion is open, who do you want us to deal with on this motion? And that is why I said the motion is vague. No, don't get tired. And does the motion read to that? In your own view, does the motion read to what you're saying?
Information granted.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the information I want to give to one of our honorables who is still up. Actually, here where we are going, it is now a lecture instead of information. It is a lecture in the way that a honorable does not understand, I think, what actors mean. The actors in these are stipulated. I can list 5 now. You will not grant me any option to list the actors I want. But as you see here, the actor here is the Ministry of Water and Environment. Is an actor. You first wait. When you are in this discussion here, this is a discussion of people who are open-minded. You will clearly see the actors here. I know your father or mother home is a farmer and is captured here. He's a citizen of Eastern Uganda. So you coming around and turning around, talking about this motion. The motion is clear unless you want a lecture. Thank you.
Colleagues, I do not. Okay, you first give the information.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Once again, my name is Hiro Sharif. I'm the youth chairperson, Jami Parish, Budaka District. Now, the Honorable Ayub made it clear that the motion is vague. A clear meaning, a Googled meaning, where we all go for research, is vague is an adjective describing something that is unclear, imprecise, or lacking in specific detail. The bone of contention in what he said was simply that this motion is just open to anyone, that it might not need discussion, that it might just come up one morning, one day, to speak about it and it will get done. He simply meant it might not take a lot of our time. These are things that are happening and we see. But what he intended was that what exactly and whom are we tackling? Whom are we? With actor, he meant look at something that instructs you to do something, to prioritize, to condemn, to fight against, which is lacking in this particular motion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Ayubu, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Wait my speaker to give his views. Denied.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As I introduced myself earlier, I said I am a journalist by profession, but I also do some lecturing. So I am a teacher as well. And when I choose words, I choose them by purpose. Thank you, my brother, for the dictionary meaning of the word vague. For you who didn't understand, I think it is as simple as what my brother has just explained. Now, I don't think there is anyone that opposes what is on this paper. Just like a sister said, I only wanted us to have a direction where we are going. Because this motion lacks direction. It doesn't take us to anywhere. My brother, the mover of the motion, just because they sent him a motion by Faraja, he therefore wants to read to us the motion the way it is, and therefore we should accept it. And there should not be any changes of the motion. No, my brother.
Granted.
And that's what I was doing. Which I was doing.
Now, Honorable,
we will use a lot of English to make some of you
First,
understand.
Members, when I'm appointing anyone here, you must first show that you want. Yes? For purposes of record, I've, I think, picked you more than 10 times in this. What I'm saying is, you people, when you are this side, I always, the cameraman the other side always guides me to go and be this side. So if somebody is here, it's easy to go here. So make sure when I pick you, you go direct for the purposes of record. Because people will hear the sound, but will not see who exactly is debating. Do you understand? That's why when I pick you, move. And for you, you have a tendency. When you raise a hand, you also stand. No, then is enough. I can see. When I see you, I pick you, and then you go this side. Members, let's come to this. Both parties are right. You get it? The motion doesn't clearly shows who is going to that. Indeed. But again, it is talking about Eastern. That means we are the first priority to implement what they are talking about. That's why I'm saying all of you are right in your own perspective. Yeah. You get it? Yeah. Now, if the motion wanted to have very many opposers, it will bring in a sector, whether Ministry of Agriculture or the government urges to do this or this. But they wanted it to be open. You own it, whether from any category you are, so that you can own and we can pass it. Not so? Yeah. That is how I see it. But now, you have also a room to debate on how to implement these things, which should be implemented, how, when, all of those can be debated here. Isn't it? Andrew, take the floor. Please go there and get the microphone.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members in this August House. Just like Honorable Member said, that the motion is not very clear, but we need to find solutions to the incurring or recurring food insecurity in the Eastern Uganda. I come here with solutions. One, the local government, where I subscribe to, should mainstream climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction into their development plans and budget to overcome the recurring food insecurity in Eastern Uganda. We're looking for solutions. Then number two, greater investment should be made in water harvesting, small-scale irrigation and raw infrastructure to reduce dependency on unreliable rainfall. Youth and women should be empowered through agriculture financing, innovation, agribusiness development, and access to markets of what we produce. Lastly, government and development partners should establish strategic food reserves and strengthen community-based disaster preparedness and emergency response mechanisms. I beg to submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. We are winding up on this motion, and we are going to erect on it. Time is not on our side. We have another motion to discuss before we go for lunch. Honorable members in the House, those in support of the motion say yay. Yay. Those that do not support this motion say nay. Motion passed. Okay? The move of the last motion is outside. Can you please inform Honorable Amos? In our WhatsApp discussion, you told us you want to move outside at any time. What are... Please take the floor. Actually, when as the Honorable is coming,
members of Youth Eastern Uganda, we do have a WhatsApp group where we do all engagements of our activities as the youth, where we have calls, where we discuss online and everything. So if you are not a member there, please register, I think, with the Honorable Mugabe to add you in that group so that we move together from now onwards. And I thank you because at least the house is so active and busy giving solutions to the people outside this room. Thank you. Please take.
Okay, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name once again is Amos Wadad Akram, and I'm very much honored and privileged to be moving this particular motion. Right Honorable Speaker and the members of this August House, I rise to move the motion that this House urges government of the Republic of Uganda to prioritize employment through industrialization, skills development, sports, creative arts, tourism, and the digital economy as a strategy, as a strategic pathway for economic transformation. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to commence by reminding this August House of Article 40, specifically Clause 2, which speaks of the economic rights of the Constitution of Uganda of 1995 as amended. Every Ugandan is guaranteed of a right to practice their profession and carry out any lawful occupation, trade, or business. That is according to Article 40, Clause 2 of the 1995 Constitution of Uganda as amended. But very many Ugandans, very many young people of Uganda have been denied this particular right. This right, this promise from the Constitution has remained as a promise not yet actualized. According to the 2024 Population and Housing Census Report, Uganda has one of the youngest populations in the world, with over 3/4 of its population below the age of 35. Now, every hundreds of thousands of these graduates from universities, tertiary institutions, and vocational institutions have remained jobless even when they have the skills. Now, this constitutional right remaining a promise has led to a lot of challenges, not to mention poverty, drug abuse, mental health challenges, and even the irregular migration. Right Honorable Speaker, this House must appreciate that employment cannot be created by government jobs alone. The future lies in productive sectors that generate wealth and also to absorb labor. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me bring to the knowledge of this House why this particular motion is then very important and why it matters that we talk about it today.
Before that, may I have the seconder second this motion? Please come forward.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Andrew Nanjaro is my name. I'm a district youth male councillor representing the young people of Lambuli. Right Honorable Speaker, youth are the largest and most energetic segment of our population. When they are empowered with the right opportunities, they become innovators, entrepreneurs, skilled workers, and responsible citizens who contribute greatly to the national development. It's on this note that I raise to second the motion urging government.
Let him first second the motion.
It's on this note that I raise to second the motion urging government to prioritize youth empowerment through industrialization, skills development, sports, creative arts, tourism, and the digital economy as key pathways for economic transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the mover, give us the notes.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Andrew, for seconding this motion. Now, allow me proceed to why this particular motion matters and why it is very important that as the Eastern Youth Parliament debate about this matter. First, Right Honorable Speaker and members of this August House, when the young people of this country remain unemployed, we are going to have poverty increasing. We are going to have crime rates increasing. We are going to have drug and substance abuse rising to its peak. We are going to have mental health challenges worsen both in the formal and the informal sector. We are going to have families become economically vulnerable. We are going to have the national productivity decline. Now, look at this. If we have the young people of Uganda or the country at large get employment, get something they do, this is what we are going to have. We are going to have the government collecting first more taxes, because then you are going to have very many people engaging in businesses differently, therefore raising revenue to the country. We are going to have businesses expand. We are going to have poverty reducing. We are going to have the innovation of the young people increasing at large. We are going to have what they call social stability. Honorable colleagues and Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk about economic development, it does not only mean a Ugandan or a young person having money in their pockets, having what to eat on table, but when we have a young person with a right state of mind and they are able to think correctly with a mind that is sound and well, we are going to have social stability. We are also going to have what they call reality or realization of economic transformation. Now, Right Honorable Speaker and the colleagues at large, this is our prayer that the government should prioritize industrialization, and this is why I move to say they should prioritize industrialization. Firstly, Right Honorable Speaker, the National Development Plan 4 identifies industrialization as one of the drivers of Uganda's socio-economic transformation. Industrial parks such as Namanve Industrial Park, Mbale Industrial Park, Mbarara Industrial Park, and Soroti Industrial Park have attracted manufacturers. For example, the establishment of industries like Tiantang Group, Mukwano Industries, and Roofing Group have created thousands of jobs for young people in Uganda. However, many regions still lack sufficient industrial investment. We have in Mbale, we have in Mbarara, we have in Soroti. What happens to Karamoja? What happens to the people in Bududa? What happens to those in Kasese? So we are still lacking on that. The government should therefore provide affordable electricity, improve on transport infrastructure, simplify investment and procedures, and offer tax incentives for the industries that employ the young people of Uganda. Now, secondly, I'll go to talk about skills development. Right Honorable Speaker, many employers repeatedly state that the graduates that are graduating from universities and tertiary institutions, they possess academic qualifications, yes, but they often lack practical skills demanded by today's labor market. Now, practical skills could be communication. Very many of us are graduating from university, but we cannot be able to bargain for our rights. We cannot be able to speak our mind. We cannot be able to address our concerns or our views, even when we know what we want. You could be an engineer, you could be a journalist, you could be a lawyer, but you are not in position to stand in court to maybe go in market and pitch your product. So that is what I'm talking about. The business technical and vocational training, BTVET, one honorable talked about it, and the government is skilling programs as steps in the right direction. One member talked about the presidential hubs and tertiary institutions. However, their coverage is very inadequate. How many skilling hubs do we have in Uganda? I may not know the exact number. I only know of one that we have in, is it Busiu? Right honorable members, you can guide and maybe bring to my notice how many we have and how many we are lacking. Okay, that is one per region. it means now the coverage is very limited. So we are not getting or benefiting from the intended idea. Then the institutions like the Uganda Industrial Research Institute have demonstrated practical training in welding and carpentry, ICT and food processing, and even entrepreneurship. That these equip the young people to create jobs rather than merely seeking them. The government should therefore expand the vocational institutes from having one in every sub-region to at least extending to at least a district, if that is the best we can have or bargain for. Therefore, they could be in position to teach practical skills aligning with what is on the market demand. Thirdly, allow me to talk about sports. Right, Honorable Speaker and members of this august House, sports are no longer merely a recreational thing that we used to play football or we used to run just for fun or just to feel like we are exercising, or we could go to swim just because it is a hobby. But right now it has turned into a multi-billion-dollar industry worldwide. Look at athletes including Joshua Cheptegei, Jacob Chiplimo, Peruth Chemtai, and Halima Nakai. These are Uganda's exports when it comes to sports. They have been able to raise revenue to Uganda, inspire very many young people to Uganda, provide jobs to sports centers to Ugandans, and also very many sports journalists, managers, coaches, and even social therapists, and even event organizers are benefiting from these people. Not forgetting the entrepreneurs. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to bring to your attention that as Uganda is preparing to host the 2027 African Cup of Nations alongside Kenya and Tanzania, investment in sports infrastructure, talent development is going to present a significant opportunity for the youth employment.
Thank you.
I will then proceed to talk about the creative arts.
As you finish.
As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, I request that I be able to wind up this particular submission. Right Honorable Speaker and the members of this august House, the creative industry contributes significantly to the economy of Uganda. Look at artists such as Bobby Wine, look at artists like Joshua Baraka, look at the likes of Azawi. They are raising revenue, raising public and international recognition for our country, which has demonstrated that it is a potential for youth employment. We are looking at the film industry, dance, fashion, and digital content creation. It can generate thousands of employment opportunities for the young people of Uganda. Ugandan government should therefore strengthen the copyright protection which the creatives of Uganda are fighting in the parliament, increase the funding for the creative enterprises. I don't know of any that are funded, but if there are, maybe we shall also get to know. And also establish the innovation hubs for artists, because many of artists in Uganda need the guidance, need the nurturing, but we are not as a government prioritizing that or recognizing that. We have very many talents. For example, where I come from in Namatala, we have very many young people who are interested in singing, who are artists, who are they are models, they are fashion designers, but they do not have the nurturing, they do not have the support that can put them, turn their fashion, turn their talent into an employment opportunity. As I wind up, Mr. Speaker, allow me to talk about tourism as the second last submission I want to make. Uganda is rightly known as the Pearl of Africa, and I want to believe that no one can argue on that. Now, our country possesses exceptional tourist attractions such as the Bwindi Impenetrable National Park, Murchison Falls, Rwenzori, Sipi Falls, and many others. Tourism creates employment not only for the operators, but also the hotel workers, the transport providers, artists, and even the photographers, local farmers who supply these tourists who come to Uganda with the hospitality facilities. Now, improving road road infrastructure is going to be a step to reducing the unemployment in Uganda. As I wind up, Mr. Speaker, allow me end by talking about digital economy. It will be very unfair if I left this stage without hinting on the digital economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are in the digital world. And as the fourth industrial revolution, it demands that you have the digital skills. Today, the young people of Uganda, they earn a lot of money through software development, digital marketing, graphic designing, and online teaching. For example, I, for one, run an initiative that is called Growing Resilience in Youth. And I have a number of young people, one who makes for me graphics, one who edits the videos, and this is something that they do out of love. That is their talent. They have it. They just need the right nurturing. I, for one, as the initiative, we do not have funds. We do not have capacity to maybe produce them to higher opportunities. But if we had the government intervene in this matter, we would have very many young people introduced and very many young people removed out of unemployment. Countries such as Rwanda have demonstrated that investment in ICT and a digital economy creates a lot of high quality jobs for the young people, and I believe that Uganda can do the same. As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, Nelson Mandela observed that young people are capable when aroused of bringing down the towers of oppression and raising banners of freedom. In Uganda, the youth are not asking for handouts like one honorable mentioned. We are not seeking to be given money, but we are honestly seeking for opportunities that if we invest in their skills, creativity, and enterprises, innovation, they will transform this economy.
Thank
and
you.
They are very much capable.
Thank you.
I beg
Thank you.
to submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Amos Wadada for that. And we also thank you for keeping the burning of growing resilience Uganda that is helping a lot of youth within this region. Maybe in your submission, you mentioned Bobi Wine as a musician. That's wrong. He's no longer a musician. He's a political activist. His music was banned 6 years ago, and now we are not regarding him as a musician. Maybe for if you brought him as an activist, in that case as a oppositional president. Okay. Okay, come. Take the floor. And maybe as he's coming, also digital. Remember, youth, you have to embrace digital economy, digital world. Making money online. Actually, the first step is Faraja sent only emails to you people. And some of you have even emails, those emails in your phones, but you didn't know that they actually exist there. So that shows how less you are in this digital economy. You get it? So, as youth, as you study, embrace it. Be checking on your emails, your WhatsApps, your what. There are a lot of opportunities there. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The mover was more of debating, but I have come in to also debate a few things, though he had debated before. First, Honorable Speaker, a nation that ignores the younger people, like the youth, is building a weaker future foundation, and all the members here agree. Younger people are not a burden. They are a workforce. They are innovators. They are entrepreneurs. And they are leaders of not only tomorrow but today. Giving younger people a skill is giving them a weapon against poverty. Giving younger people a skill and opportunity is giving them a reason of hope. And we cannot prepare younger people for jobs that do not exist. But institutions like government should come in and promote industrialization, skill development for our younger people to progress. The remedies I can give for this motion, these are the remedies that we can give to institutions that can support the youth. First of all, accelerating industrialization and value addition. We also have increasing the youth financing. We talked about before about youth livelihood, but I think there should be civic education about who to get it, so that all youths get to know about it. Promoting innovation. You have just talked about digital tools. We must promote innovation. We must provide the youths with funds to promote innovation. Supporting the youths against, supporting the youths in agriculture. The youths should be supported to develop agriculture initiatives for the progress of this country, as all the honorables here know the nation depends on farming as a backbone, and strengthening public-private partnerships. So, debating on that, I believe the motion is right, and I personally strongly agree with the motion. Though I had not before agreed with the mover since we began, but for this, I agree with him. Thank you.
Thank you. A lady, please come. And he's coming. Members, you also have to put into consideration where how the government is putting this money. You remember recently, the government said is putting 5 billion in TikTokers. You remember that? So that is not done in helping. No, that is, I think it's politicking. We need a structure helping everyone. So you should put emphasis on that. Please.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Your voice, please.
Thank you so much. I'm Sandra Karen Woguti. I'm leading an organization called Elgon Ebenezer Young Mothers Organization that is supporting young mothers and so many girls to restore their dignity. In our country today, 70% of the Ugandan youth are not employed, and there's also job mismatch, where schools are producing graduates, but in industry needs what? Industrialization needs skills. So if government invests more into the skilling, the vocational institutes, we shall have the problem of unemployment among the youth reduced. Then also the limited formal jobs. Government cannot employ all the youths unless they specialize on the work, increasing on the what? On the industries. And if we pass this motion, which I believe it's going to be passed, jobs will be created, there will be economic growth, and also reduced dependency.
But that unnecessary movement. Please, members, we are about to finish. Don't leave the whole desk, all of you together. We don't have so many washrooms there. So if one comes, you can also go. Why do you go, all of you? Please continue.
As I conclude, the future of work is not just in offices. It's in factories, it's online, it's on the pitch, on stage, and in our tourist sites. If we invest in the vocational skills today, we unlock the potential of the Eastern Uganda's youth for economic transformation. I submit.
Thank you so much. Yes, Honorable. Please give applause for Our Lady. Has discussed well.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. My name is Job Kimanai. I am the District Youth Chairperson for Bududa and as well as the Caucus Chairperson for Bugisu Sub-Region. Yeah, it is an honor in such an hour to come here and elaborate on issues that affect the young generation. It would be a disservice if I went out minus speaking. Yeah, so I will talk about selective sub-regional industrialization. See, the problem with our country, why we have overfailed, is we implement programs that are not necessary for the people. But if we have selective sub-regional industrialization, let's say for Bugisu, which highly produces matoke, why can't we really have an industry that preserves matoke in its time of high quantity? Because there is a time when there is scarcity, but there is a time when there is plenty. Look at Sebei sub-region. You can have an industry that maybe and food storages that will keep the maize. I know very many people will say I'm diving into the point of food and insecurity, but that brings my point of job employment within the industries that are necessary. Because I have expertise in milk, in banana, but now you take an industry of banana in maybe Usoga instead of rice. So the young people there do not even have passion because they do not see the future of where those raw materials and everything acts as a necessity. Let me talk about a proper channel of sourcing for talents. There we shall go into the association of football. You look at that, the politicians are the ones leading the world of football, the world of talent. How can a politician who is based in parliament source for a player who comes from Bududa, really, who has never played football? There are such organizations and countries that have developed. Look at Samuel, a president for the football association is supporting the country because he has been there, he knows the pain and the reasons and the sources that can lead to that happening. But if we are all, if this country is still politicizing these programs at every stand, who is connected to who, to recruit for this country, I am very sure the motions we have moved, the motions we have discussed, and the motions yet to discuss will just become sessions of celebrations. I really beg to move, and I strongly propose.
Thank you so
motion.
much for being time management and being audible enough. Honorable Ayub.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Whereas I want to agree with the motion, I find a problem in some of the things that this government does. It is very true that we really need industrialization as a core of economic development, but also finding a solution to the problem that the young people face in this country. Mr. Speaker, I want to put you on notice that this government has deliberately refused to pass the minimum wage. And therefore, this has put the workers of this country at a problem. Mr. Speaker, at one fora with the former spokesperson of this government, the Honorable now Member of Parliament for the elderly, Ofono Opondo. He was the former spokesperson of this government. In one fora that I attended with him in Kampala some time back, he categorically stated that there is no, at one moment, that this government is going to pass the minimum wage bill. Meaning that there is a deliberate effort by this government to curtail the welfare of employers in this country. Mr. Speaker, allow me break for you down the ingredients of what we would say the minimum wage bill is.
To begin with is to define for you what the minimum wage is. It is the lowest remuneration that employers can pay their workers. It is also a ceiling of which employees may not sell their labor to employers, usually as a protection measure from exploitation. You can further define this as a measure of fair returns to the labor that employees give to their employers. Mr. Speaker, in Uganda, as we speak today, we last, and I want to, you quote me this, you quote this. We last had changes on the minimum wage bill in this country in 1984, and it was put at 6,000. Ladies and gentlemen, what can 6,000 do for you in this country? Whereas we fight to ensure that industrialization takes shape in this country, I also want to put your notice to make you understand that the biggest exploiters of labor in this country are industrialists. They have taken advantage of the absence of the minimum wage bill, and they have exploited the young people to the fullest. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
If we want to push one of the aspects in this motion, industrialization, there must be deliberate means and efforts by this government to ensure they protect the employees of this country, many of them being the young people. And finally, as a way forward, the biggest problem with this country's youngest people is for us looking for white-collar jobs. Thinking that because I did a degree in medicine...
Wait on a minute. You are? Okay.
Okay.
No, wait him to finish.
As I finish, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I was saying that the biggest problem with this country's young people is to think that because you did a degree in medicine, you did a degree in journalism, you did a degree in engineering and so many other fields, and therefore you cannot do any other work out of what you did at university. The informal sector is there for us to go and work. I want to give you a scenario, ladies and gentlemen. If you had 5 sigiris of chapati, right? Emidala ja chapati etano in different trading centers, and you're getting 10,000 from each of those sigiris daily, you'll be earning 50,000 daily. Which formal job will you go for and it pays you 50,000 on a daily basis? So I want to applaud my brothers and sisters who have chosen not to sit because they have a degree in human resource and you're waiting to be employed as a human resource officer of Manafa district.
Thank
You've
you.
chosen to move that path and work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
so
I
much.
beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ayub. Actually, on the issue of minimum wage, it always hits my mind, and I will always ask myself, why do we have to send our girls to Arab countries for work? What exactly is there? But in my research, I found out that those Arab countries passed minimum wage in their countries for a citizen to be employed as a worker there. You have to pay more than 10 million a month. You understand? In Ugandan shillings. You get it? So what they do, they pick hours who is paid 1,000 rupees or 1,000 dirham, totaling to 1 million in Uganda to pay. You get it? Because a dirham, 1,000 dirham for Dubai can't even finish a day for them, take care of them a full day. It can't. He goes on shopping and ends up using 10,000 dirhams. But just imagine he's paying 1,000 dirham to a worker for a full month. Why? Because minimum wage is working in their side. They can't employ their fellow Arabs. You get it? And also here, you find that most of the industries are owned by these people who must set up this wage. Remember, when you set a wage to 20,000, a person who is going to pay that amount of money again is the one that is supposed to set that law. So we may argue that we pass the motion, but still, if the Ayubu's things are not put into consideration, youth will still continue. Please, Honorable, take the floor.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I stand here to agree with the move of the motion because part of the key challenges.
Wait a minute, Honorable. Where is our sergeant at arms? What is outside? Why is this column all out at once? Sergeant at arms?
Including himself, he's out.
Let the sergeant at arms, I'm seeing him there. What is outside? Why are members moving so out when you are there? They are moving, the whole desk is not there. So how will they listen to the Honorable? Let them come back. Tell them. The Speaker wants them back in the House. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the authority to continue without them. It is quite good. Right Honorable Speaker, part of the challenges like raised by my precurrent speakers are a result of a very weak private sector. Government of Uganda has chosen to attract Chinese, Indians to our swamps and give them a lot of tax incentives via taxation and a lot of opportunities, including import and export suspensions on some of the items, which is not the same they do for Ugandans in other countries. And the intention for government was to see that it promotes investors here from other places to come and invest in Uganda to boost industrialization, but also to create employment for young people. The Honorable Ayub, who was here, raised the issue of a minimum wage bill, which has been pending in Parliament. I think for our case, we are having a direction where the bill is available, but it has never been taken for the third reading that qualifies it for debate. So this has affected very many young people to be vulnerable in the face of employers. But Right Honorable Speaker, my key interest for rising up was sports. Sebei sub-region is the global superpower of long-distance running athletes. Whether you use Google, whether you use AI, it has been proved the best athletes of long-distance running in planet Earth are from Sebei sub-region. Government over the years has promised to put a lot of infrastructure there. And we have seen that some of these infrastructures have been implemented. But there has been a challenge, first delay and slow implementation of infrastructure projects by government to stimulate sports and talent promotion. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, sometime this year or late last year, artists in this country celebrated a bill that was passed in Parliament to promote their content and protect them from copyrights, people from faking and duplicating their work. But Right Honorable Speaker, that would not be the biggest jubilation. The biggest jubilation here will be leading to creatives, arts, sports, is the Ministry of Education and Sports failing to have deliberate government action on promoting this via the education sector itself. We still have very many schools of government without a teacher for sports, We still have very many government schools without a teacher for MDD. We still have very many government teaching in schools, but they don't promote students to take up alternative course units like MDD and sports. This leaves us globally as incompetent, given the rising amount of money in the social industry that other countries are leveraging to build on their economies. So as I stand here in agreement with the move of the motion, my request is that this House adds on to be more specific, because on what my chairperson from Duda did raise, that government should be more specific on promoting regional strengths, especially when it comes to issues of sports. We have seen the Bay region that government has not been doing much deliberately, but medals have been coming into the country. What if government was more intentional? We have seen sports lately, Uganda at China and other tournaments. Today we don't have a school program of seeing that sports athletes in government schools get other privileges from people who are not talented. It remains where private sector is the one taking on. Amos College is the only school who is investing directly. But what of those who can't reach Amos College? Where do they drop out? So it's why we seek that government decentralizes a fund to local governments to promote arts, creatives, and sports. Local government has an equal responsibility in the Local Government Act as central government. This is why we seek that people like sports officers in the National Youth Council for Youth and the district sports officers should have a budget aimed at seeing that sports is sustainable, but is an industry that can work as a substitute for revenue generation and employment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for that brilliant submission. Actually, in this country, you have a leader, one of the top leaders, who said, he wonders how over 20 people go to the pitch and now run after one ball. So that shows how he sees football. So you may be seeing it in a different category as a money creating machine, because football industry is a multi-billionaire industry, you remember. But now, our leaders don't take it serious, and that's why I think most. Then Honorable you mentioned about Sigilis, and so many people what. I want you to also to know that those people who were having those Sigilis, now they are crying, not so. The council took each and everything. So I would give you another 1 minute to give us alternative apart from Sigil, because Sigilis were taken by all council, what, and they think they are no longer there. People are starving, and now they are
Speaker, I
crying.
don't want to say anything as an alternative to Sigilis, because I see boys still on the street selling chapati. Yes. There are so many other businesses that people can engage into. I know you, Mr. Speaker, as a person that is not doing your profession that you studied. Yes, I understand you are into something very different. Just like Mr. Boy, he did human resource, but he's into welding. I did journalism, whereas I practice it. I do other things. I sell meat. Right? So there are so many other things that young people can engage into, apart from what you studied. So it is not until some, Mr. Speaker, I know people that have been doing those small businesses, and later something formal finds them there. So while you finish university and wait for a formal job that you studied, there are so many other things that we can engage into. And finally, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing that can beat agriculture. Young people, if you have a small portion of land, please go and dig. go and dig, put a lot of your time in agriculture, plant a few, cones of maize. You never know, you will get some 3, 4, they are called cobs. Kasolba mwita batya mu luzungu. Omunwe gwa kasolba gwita batya mu luzungu. A cob. So you may get 2 or 3, meaning you will not buy maize when you need maize.
Thank you.
I do some of those smaller things. I dig myself.
Thank you.
I came here a little late because I was in my garden. And at the end of the day, I have my 2 sacks of maize in the house. So I will not buy posho.
Thank
Every
you.
time I want to eat posho, I will take my maize and meal, and then my children have food in the house. So
Thank
let's
you
do
so
these
much.
smaller things as we wait for the government to get solutions for us. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Sergeant at Arms. I don't know, you are the one who picked people to go to washrooms. People, stop moving. Because now you are creating, remember the camera is there, it sees you moving out. They will say, you people, you are not serious. And I think this motion came last because it covers you all. I thought it is going to be a heated debate on this because it covers what we are now as youth. Please come in as you prepare.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. At the end, you bring me to the motion that will make me dine with Honorable Ayub. Right from the beginning, I was seeing him with an opposite eye, but finally he has brought sanity to the table. I think you asked him about the alternative. As you quoted, the Sigiris have been taken. I think the best alternative that I can see is Balamu to come back in MBALE and Bugisu region. Because even the taking off the Sigiris was itself selective. When you just move around here and go up to Total, there is a kiosk of one of the officers that was not touched, while they had taken very many people away from Naboa. So even the Sigiris themselves were selective. Technical know-how, technical know-who, Mwanawani. So it is better Balamu to take more time, I think, in the Bugisu region such that we have sanity here. That is the alternative. As I will not deviate with Honorable Ayub, I think government should also follow up. You find, as he stated, these people who are coming as investors, they are the exploiters. Because you are taking someone right from Bugema, moving every day from Bugema to industrial area, is it industrial park? And at the end of the month, you are giving that person 150 or 100. It cannot even be enough for only transporting them to and fro, especially on a bad weather. So I think there is need for government also not only to create employment, but also to follow up. While you are creating the industries, what is the welfare? How is the welfare of the youth that are working there? Because people are instead getting, you find that some industries are put up, some hazards happen there, someone is chopped off the hand, and at the end of the day, they are going to court. But government, if had brought up a method where to follow up, yes, we have brought industries, but how are the people, the youth, the target group that is working there progressing? We would have a bigger thing. Like we have MBALE Industrial Park here. One of my friend stays in Bugema, and every morning he has to wake up and foot from Bugema to Industrial Park. And they are not even given lunch. They are given 150 and you eat on your own money. And in the evening, on the rainy weather, someone is using like 4,000 from there to Bugema. So at the end of the day, this whole thing loses meaning. I beg to submit. Thank you, Honorable Ayub.
Thank
I
you
think
so
we
much.
shall have a handshake after this. Thank you.
Please, you can have. Also, let's have applause for this gentleman. Has brought that issue of industrial park is really serious. We don't know whether we really it is really helping our youth here. Because you are paying someone 6,000 a day. There is no lunch. 6,000. 5. I have one, a friend of mine told me is getting 6,000. There is no lunch. Has to food to wear. But remember, this family. So I think government should address that issue of industrial park. Let those people, they are getting free electricity, they are having tax holidays. At least they should be paying our youth very well. At least at a certain period of time, government should come in and check. These people who have been working here for years, are they progressing or not? If they are not, what is the problem? I think that one needs to be done. Thank you so much, our honorable, for giving us that clarity on that. Please continue.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and the honorables in the House, ladies and gentlemen. Usiksweb is my name. I'm a media personality by profession. Getting on the motion of tonight, one, I also support my brother Ayubu's the minimum wage. Like as we have just put it, it's very difficult to find a youth or an employee working in industrial park, renting in Namakwekwe, Maluku, but they are renting where? Namatala, because it's where they are the cheapest what? Rentals they can afford, or 5K, 10,000. Then moving also still on that very industrial park. Industrialization, we appreciate the government, but at the end of the day, they should go ahead not to uplift those investors. There's what you call labor exploitation in that industrial park. If you are very careful, those boys and girls working in industrial park, they enter that park at exactly 5 a.m. in the morning, and they leave at 6. And as they enter there, they work from morning up to evening without rest. If they are to rest, they rest for some few minutes, and that's having lunch, but even the lunch can't take even more than 30 minutes. That thing, I witnessed it last year, but when we went there with the what was the labor minister. Those girls and boys spoke to us that no, these guys today they made us to relax because they knew that the minister was coming here. But when the ministers are away, they work from morning up to evening without protective gears. But if they know that they are going to visit them today, you'll find all of them having protective gears, which are new. But before that, just give an ambush visit to that industrial park and see what's there. Someone is working in the steel industry, but without gloves, no elements, putting their life in risk, no masks. So that should also be worked on with those people. Then secondly, getting to the creative arts. Government, this is a very beautiful thing. It has empowered a number of youth in countries which are supportive to creative art. You go to France, it's known in creative art, with beautiful arts and so on. But in Uganda, how many institutions which are doing this? Apart from Makerere and Mchambogo. Shall we all of us flood ourselves to Chambogo and Makerere? And at the end of the day, besides having only 2 institutions doing creative art, is government giving, when it comes to loan scheme, if you mention something in the line with creative art, or if you mention something in the line with the art course, go away, we want science. So government should get, at least they should also prioritize that. At the end of the day, as we are having doctors and so on, we should also have these people around. By what? By bringing the loan scheme to also expand to the arts people, especially the creative art. I always visit creative art here in MBALE City at Elgon Museum every Saturday. We have a number of youth there doing beautiful arts and art pieces and so on. But how many government financing projects which are supporting those youth? They are there. They are struggling themselves.
Thank you.
So, last as I wind up, the digital economy, it's very productive and marketable worldwide. But at the end of the day, our government, internet is very expensive. Just buying a 1 GB, it can't even last an hour because of the exploitation we have with the mobile companies we have. So government should put at least free internet like other countries. We are seeing that someone moves in the city and enjoys because of the free internet, and youth are developing, because we shall not afford these expensive rentals around. But when we go, the digital marketing is going to help us to sell what we have from our homes, but we get on internet. Thank you. Our name is 6
Please come and be captured.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I would appreciate my senior Honorable Ayub for what he has just said here. You know, when he talked about industrialization, there is something that triggered my mind that I want to inform the House about. We have gotten another problem in Uganda that even we need those industries. We have that one, is it Uganda? Uganda Electricity Distribution what? It is instead turning to be Uganda Electricity Disconnection Company Limited. That even when we shall have those industries, this company here should also be stabilized, because we need the power there. In a day, when you have even a heavy activity that needs production, you'll just pray for power to be there. So this company also should be checked, such that we have industrialization to employ our youth. Thank you very much.
So you are also calling Balam. Mr. Boy Mike? Balam should also come in that company.
I've already made that.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, this motion is really good, and I second it very, very much. Uganda has these employment, youth empowerment, so everywhere. But the problem is supervision of these programs. You know, I was in a meeting that is organized by Abusa. It was in Barre Resort. And we were informed that government puts over 500 billion in the banks for the youths to access. And yet for us, the youths who have put the funds in Abusa, we don't know about them. So it is very hard to access those funds if they have been put in banks that we even don't know that they are even in the banks. So I would suggest the government to put up groups, like you can hear state corruption unit in the state house. I would suggest it would be in every district. They appoint people who are going to look after these funds of the government. Instead of us seeing Balaam everywhere, we see people of that very district following the money that is brought up by the government. This would help us to know very well what the money is being done for, and how much exactly came into, and what was it supposed to be done for. That will help us a lot. Otherwise, I thank you, Speaker, for giving me this chance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But members, you have to know, you have to call for action. You have to take those seats. You remember, you just cry, we shall just cry and cry if we don't step up and we claim the positions of the youth. I'm just giving an example of Balaam you have been talking about. He's 54 years, but has been a minister for youth and children. So you can just imagine a person at that age being a minister for our age. Do you understand? And in this we shall complain, because at least he lived that time long ago and doesn't still know that when you were youth, you can be there and you lack what to use, what to eat, and what to that. We want to claim, and I urge you people, wherever you see any post that requires a youth, please stand there, represent the youth. It is the only way we shall hold these leaders accountable when we go in those positions to serve our fellow youth. Is it okay? I think we have exhausted. Is there anyone that wants to give the last one? The last remark? Okay, 2. I'm giving you 1 minute each. You and you. Let me start with this one.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. So my submission on the motion that has been brought forward by my good comrade, Honorable Wadada Amos, unlike the mover of the motion is a good one. So for me, I'm talking about my point of concern is when it comes to giving these jobs.
Wait, Honorable. What is your statement meaning? Unlike the move of the motion is good. So the move of the motion is what? Elaborate on that. What do you mean?
You see, I believe I reserve my right of opinion, and I also reserve the right to express my opinion.
Information granted. Thank you. Thank you. Continue.
So I think it is on record that while I was opening my statement, I said my good comrade, and you just copied the very statement. So I have not taken it personal. So mine is my concern is actually on the way these jobs are distributed. You'll realize that there is an industry. Maybe, let me give an example of the industrial park. But if you see all the office jobs there, the locals are actually ignored. You go to the office of the human resource manager. Actually, the best job that the locals can do is actually the one of cleaning, security guards, and yet you realize that there are actually some qualified people in that particular area, but actually even more qualified, but they are actually ignored, they are not considered, and these employers actually bring their own people. They prefer working with the people they know than the people who are actually qualified. For instance, I open up my company, you'll find me bringing my brother, Wadada Amos, and I leave someone who's maybe brother you who's more qualified, who has masters and something like that. So realize that if you stand at the gate of an industry in the evening, you'll see all the cars moving out. Realize that they're either moving to some long distances, and in most cases, since most of our investors come from Asia, Europe, realize that most of the cars moving out of the industries have white people inside, and the locals are trekking actually long distances. So I think maybe as the government is considering an amendment, maybe they also need to look into that. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our last honorable, please come and use 1 minute. Your time bad and intestines want something. Sergeant at Arms, please come forward. Sergeant at Arms, come forward.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is called Peter Imongit. I'm a chairperson of Kumi District Youth Council and as well chairperson Teso Youth Caucus. First of all, I want to appreciate my brother who moved this motion. That is very important for us to stay in the field of employment. In fact, discussing about unemployment that we are all facing as a young people. I am a teacher by profession, but I only taught for 3 months. After that, I decided to run away from the profession. Why? It is because of this issue of unemployment. For you to be employed somewhere, then you demand for more than 3 months. You're demanding for this month, you have not paid you for the previous and the rest, which is very bad. Me personally, a Right Honorable Speaker, I have like 3 projects, but the main one is the project of sheep rearing and goat keeping. I have employed more than 8 youth in Kumi district. I'm very glad that I'm also besides my brother who comes from Kumi. He can testify. I have a project of beef roasting. I have employed like 3 youth. Each and every day I pay them 20,000 shillings. They come and help me in roasting the beef from the street. At the end of the day, they go back with their 60,000 shillings. Now, I urge the government of Uganda, please. First of all, I want to appreciate the government of Uganda for giving us, introducing this system of these vocational trainings. You'll find that our young people are taken to the industrial hubs. When they come back from there, they come and die with their skills. They don't give them capital. This is very bad. Now, like someone has gone for hairdressing, comes back home to sleep. Why can't we give that one at least some capital of 5 million shillings and she opens up maybe a saloon? That may maybe employ more than 8 youth or even 10 in that saloon. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't want to speak a lot because most of my friends have spoken. But I only want to urge the government of Uganda at least to support the young people, more especially in projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorables, for discussing exhaustively this motion. As youth, it was so touching to us. And that's why I have given it enough time so that every youth can at least make a contribution to this motion. But also, as I told you, this government needs to be serious. If we have a local investor, at least you empower him as the way you empowered these white investors. We have lost Sembule, Wavamuno. Those were very good people employing. We work in their factories as managers. Now you bring these whites who put us to clean and being security guards. And yet, okay. And yet they don't even pay us. You are paying us slow, very little, and then you are making us to demand for 3 months before you give us the first month and all that. For it is like modern slavery. We are working for you. We are just slaves for you. For this is an urge to government. Please, can you also reconsider our local investors? You support them as much as you give the tax holiday to whites, to foreign investors. You also give it to Ayub. You give him free electricity as the way you give to Indians. In this, we shall be helping our youth to grow into better investors. But now we are creating youth to be more of security guards, more of cleaners, than more of entrepreneurs. I think government needs to be checked in this. Thank you. So, in this very matter, we are going to elect on it. With powers entrusted in me as the Speaker of this House, also the quorum I do have in this House. Motion 7.4, urging the government to prioritize youth employment through industrialization, skills development, sports, creative arts, tourism, and the digital economy as the key pathways for economic transformation. Those in support say yay. And those not in support say nay. So it was anonymously elected. The bill is passed by this House. So for the purpose of time, item for the purposes of time, let's have the review of the resolutions from this parliamentary session. And these people was preparing for us lunch. They are saying in just a few minutes, everything is going to be ready. So as they are preparing for us, we also finish the house at once. Not so? Yes. Please, clerk, take on the floor and you review the resolutions of this parliamentary session today.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the honorable members of the Gallant House. I'm honored for today's debate and for shares of responsibility of the House. I would refresh and refer to my deputy to present the resolutions of the sitting to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And
where is the other microphone we rejected at first? The one of the other side. Yes.
thank you, Honorable Speaker. I raise, they are going to hear me.
Wait for the microphone, please. Has it come? Okay. Yeah. Use that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I raise to thank all honorable members of this 8th Sub-National Youth Parliament for active participation, brilliant contribution, and commitment to the issues affecting the youth of our nation. Our review of the resolution. Resolution from the Parliament session. Our first motion is motion urging the government to strengthen and expand youth access to affordable financing and market linkages through the Youth Livelihood Program, Parish Development Model, and other national initiatives to support youth-led enterprises in Eastern Uganda. Our mover was Honorable Namwenga Esther. And our seconder was Honorable Chebet. And the motion was favored for the House, yes. And our second motion was motion urging the Ministry of Education and Sports to reform the curriculum to include practical vocational training and life skills, education from lower primary education. And our mover was Honorable Mugabe Alan. Our seconder was Honorable Nanduga Sandra. And the motion was not in favor of the motion. No. Our third motion was motion of the Eastern Youth Parliament on the recurring food insecurity in Eastern Uganda and the need of strengthen climate resilient, sustainable agriculture and disaster preparedness. And the mover was Honorable Masawi Hassan, and the seconder was Honorable Rebecca.
Can I read the first?
Yeah, the motion was in favor of the House.
That's okay.
The fourth motion was urging the government to prioritize youth employment through industrialization, skills development, sports, creative arts, tourism, and the digital economy as key pathways for economic transformation. The mover was Honorable Wandaga Amos Akram, and the seconder was Honorable Andrew, and the motion was in favor of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. That was our review. I hereby usher you to the speaker for the next business.
Okay, thank you so much, our clerks, for that good work. And being okay, thank you. Since okay, I would like to thank every honorable in this house for at least putting all your time, being orderly, and being accurate in whatever we are doing today. I thank you so much. I also thank again the Faraja Foundation for giving us this opportunity as the youth of Eastern Uganda to air out our views to the world. Indeed, it was a good discussion, and I believe very many people have enjoyed it. Now we are going to our last sessions. So next on our agenda, we shall have one talked about why we skipped the official photo plus the remarks from our guests. And now it's the time. They have their remarks, then we have our group photo, then we have our lunch. Isn't it? I want you to at least spare us some small minutes to have them words of encouragement and everything from them. I by now invite Honorable Catherine. We in turn going to invite our mama to give us the closing remarks. I thank you. Please, you're going to use this side. Where is Sergeant at Arms? Sergeant at Arms. But I think also this mic is now okay. You can use it.
I have to invite you.
Use both. One is for outside.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Speaker. Protocol observed. I'm Kakai Catherine Fiona, the Female Youth Council of MBALE City, and by God's grace, I was appointed as Secretary of Finance of MBALE City. And I'm glad of you. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm grateful that it's my first time being in the National Youth Parliament, and a lot has been spoken. And trust me, I've gotten the knowledge and the skills. And I really see the youth are fighting for their voices to be heard. Thank you so much. And let it not end here. Let it go up to the parliament. Like the people have addressed their issues, when industrial park, there are very many issues which have been mentioned. And I pray that let us proceed to the parliament to speak about them. We cannot let our fellow youth suffer to that extent. Thank you so much. I would like to also remind you that her worship, the mayor, known as Mai Joyce Kidulu, she has sent greetings. She didn't manage to make it today because she had a meeting in Wash and Wales. But she said she's part of you. She loves you, and her offices are ever open. Once you need her, that's there, her offices. Even once also you need me, my office is there. That is the City Community Development Officer, Madam Annette Namaswe. She's also part of you because she's in charge of these programs that have come up, like the youth livelihood programs. She's also supposed to be part of you, but I'm told that in Bukonde they're having elections of PDM, and she had to rush very fast to Bukonde. But she said for any details, please, her offices are available about the youth livelihood programs. Some youth, they are not aware about that. They don't know how much funds are supposed to be given to the youth. But all in all, she says that her office is open. Even me, as a youth council of Mbale City, I'm not going to allow my youth to be left out. I'll have to follow up with those programs. Thank you so much. I'm not going to say much, but I'm really grateful for this meeting. And among all, I thank the Faraja Africa Foundation. Among all the cities, they endeavor to come to Mbale City. Can you give them a big hand clap? Yes, they recognized Mbale City as a city. It's no longer a city, but it's now a what? A city. Thanks for recognizing us. And thanks for really taking the initiative. Thanks so much. I beg to submit, and allow me please invite my Deputy Speaker. That is none other than Honorable Rebecca. Thank you so much.
Which one works better? Sorry. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. You've really made us so proud. I'm sorry, we are not so much used to this. I'm no longer youth, so you'll forgive me. Let me speak from here. I want to start by introducing myself. I'm by the names of Neombe Rebecca Zahara, and I'm the Vice Chairperson in Mbale City. Still, I'm the Female Workers Council Mbale City. And by God's grace, the Deputy Speaker of Mbale City. I will start by thanking so much the Faraja Africa Foundation. Thank you so much for supporting our dear youths. Thank you, because without you, maybe probably they will not be able to make it. Only that we've not been able to know who they are. So we are just thanking, I don't know. Are they around? Can we please give them a hand clap, please? Hey, that is not enough. I can see some people not clapping. I know you're hungry, but food is ready. So thank you so much. We can't thank you enough, but we shall keep praying for the Almighty to continue blessing you, Faraja Africa Foundation. I want to also thank you so much for turning up in a big number. Sometimes we might organize a function and people don't turn up. Sometimes we have our councils here and some of our colleagues miss around, you know. But thank you so much for not disappointing your speaker. You've made the day, you've had good deliberations. I've really enjoyed your deliberations. For sure, You've made me proud as youth. And she knows I love the youth so much, though I have aged, because youthhood made me what I am today. I started as a female youth counselor after school at MBALE district. By then, I represented the female. And what made me sincerely be inspired by politics, when I reached the district, I could see, that respect, honorable. Eh? Everybody is just like, even if you have nothing on you, but that car, honor. If you're passing, honorable. And when it came to look at the payments, I would be like, now, if I went to school for bachelor's, how comes I earn more than a technocrat? So I said, no, I'll opt for politics to the end of my life. So that is how I joined politics, and I moved throughout politics. And I'm very comfortable with the politics, and I enjoy it. And I'll keep encouraging you that you, as youth, continue fighting for your rights. Don't give people space. Yeah? You see something good for you as youth, jump for it. I remember very well when you had Honorable Fiona Naku. Most of you loved her, and you were really in for her, and you really supported her with all that guts. But eventually, at the end of it all, most of you got what? Disappointed. But remembering where I came from, I jumped to her. I told her, let me tell you, let me whisper. Come to the workers' fraternity. I'm here. I've never failed. Things will do what? Will work out. That is how Honorable Fiona was able to become a member of parliament representing workers through my efforts as a friend. And it was because of some youth around. I've never left the youth fraternity. Usually here, I'm more like now, she's more of my friend than any other person, being a youth. Because I keep recalling all those moments as a youth. I still feel I need to, though now I'm a mother, but for sure I feel I miss. I wish I could go back to the youthful what? To the youthful stage. But it is impossible. But I promise I will always stand with the youth. I will continue loving the youth, because my children are now youth. And they keep asking me, Mommy, why do you always love dancing? Why do you love? I'm like, you people, for me when I was in Nkumba University, we had their Vogue club. And I loved these things. So when you let me dance, you'll also enjoy when you're in your what? Your homes. So I think I've had you people. I've had your challenges, I've had your arguments, and I'm happy that being the vice of NRM, and NRM is the ruling party, there are certain issues we also come in and support as a what? As a party. Because the chairman of the party is the president of the Republic of what? Of Uganda. That's why you see this time we're able to make it as MBALE City, because we sat and shared with him. We told him, but this is this. We have some youth. I think some of your brothers and sisters went to URA being youth after the president had offered them those what? Those jobs. So don't fear coming to us, talking to us. Come to our office. NRM office is located as your slope court somewhere. I think most of you know. Let me hope. I know you all don't subscribe to NRM, but it's a ruling party we have to accept. We have to accept it that way. As we pray for you also when the time comes, those who are in opposition, we shall also follow you if your time does what? Comes. But at this moment, we are for NRM. So I had someone talking about the industrial park, payments. I understand people are not so well paid, people overwork. Thank you, maybe that's what you noticed, but to me, being a representative of workers, at least with the labor officer we have here, we always ensure that we often visit that place. Because we're also human. We understand that 6,000 can't do anything for somebody. We also feel the pain for our fellow brothers and what? I'm going to that, please. So we have tried our best to always visit those children, comfort them, console them, talk to them. But as we are also preparing, we keep informing our MPs, because some of these issues can't be solved in our MBALE City Council. They are supposed to go to Parliament. So we are also engaging our workers' representatives Because at one point, they always usually also come around and they know these children are in a bad state. I think even the campaigns, you saw those videos, so it is a general concern, and I'm very sure it's going to be worked upon. So our people will be well paid. It's good that God helped us. We came back for this very term. We are starting from where we did what? We stopped, because we are also human. We also know the economy is going higher each and every day. And if your brother can have, because sincerely speaking, 6,000 can't accommodate anybody. Even if it's me here, it can't be enough for a day. Not even for a meal sometimes. But lunch, they are given lunch. At least lunch, they are given. The portion and beans is always there. But the fact is that that money is too little. Somebody can't have a saving to sustain he or himself. So, another thing, I heard someone talking about capital. Somebody talked about capital. People would be given capital. Yes, startup capital. I think for those youths who have gone to the industrial hub, we have an industrial hub here. Bugisu region, it is at Lukonje. I think most of you know where Lukonje is. Most of you know that they opened up a circle for you youths. So for those who complete the certificates at the hub, you are usually given a startup capital of 5 million. Yes, they do. They will always give you a startup capital according to your business. Which type of business are you doing? What did you study? So if they look at that, they will always give you at least startup of 5 million capital. But you know, sometimes also when people are given money, others don't want to do what? To pay back so that others can also do what? Somebody talked about that here. That people don't want to take back money after they've taken. Remember, we are very many. We are very many youth. If you use that money, and at least you can sustain yourself, pay back, so that another person can also do what? Get a chance of using that money. Yes, they are. No, it's okay. Yes, they do. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure, but all I know that they are given a startup capital, which they are supposed to return after some period of time. Somebody else talked about, I think it was Mwami Ayub, encouraging the youth to do more of agriculture. For sure, sincerely speaking, I'll go with what he said. You people, for us, we are here. Most of you are like, we are broke, we are poor, government has not helped. Let me tell you, there is no government that is going to knock at your door and give you the what? The money. You're even lucky that for us, NRM government has done it so well that they even knock at your door calling you to give you PDM what? PDM money. Yeah? I can assure you PDM money. For me, they came to my home because I'm a leader, that everybody has gotten money. So if you need the money, please, I told them no. I'm a leader, I'm not entitled to that what? To that money. But if you can't work, even if they gave you 1 million, you will not be able to do what? To work. Nayo montana kola, let me assure you. Even if you have 100,000. Yes, for we've hustled with the world. You buy your onions, you go to Juba, to Sudan, looking for money. And eventually, as you pray, God blesses you. Eh? At the moment, let me tell you as youths, you need to grow yourselves. How? Like at the moment, we have, some of us have investment groups. We are not rich, but the way we do things, we have investment groups whereby if you have an investment group, you're around maybe, let me say, 50 people. Like the way we did it, until your mother tell me to age, you can't fail. You'll hustle and get the 50,000. 50,000, that is membership. Then you say now, we ensure that at least maybe each year, somebody can raise about 500 what? You have your real estate. Eh? We are there. Tell the government, nobody is going to carry a huge bag of money and give it to you. It is you yourself. Because even if you woke up and got 100,000, not handicap, you go to Kumi Road and Kusiba Yobutunguru. If you can't come to us, we shall give you the ideas, some of us. Because we are hustlers. We know what to do. Eh? We are in politics, but we know how to hustle and gamble around and look for what? For money. Our and there is no little money in business. I can assure you. It will buy a carton of ngano, it will buy a jerrycan of cooking oil, you will buy chako, you will buy salt. Can't you begin up a chapati store? Eh? You will have a chapati stall and bobo in a customer care. As you pray to your God in Papa customer care or see, teri chigenda kola chi kugana. But let me tell you, wherever you live in the world of competition, we've seen young people start too small, and we've seen them here start as young children. Yeah? And I'm telling you, they are doing more better than some of us. Yet actually we could see them with a very kata in a shop or the boy is seated there hustling, struggling with a kadoka wekat. But today he's there, he's a rich young what? Young man. Temwe mala musubi. Don't kwe kubagiza. As long as you put God first, teri chigenda kola chi? Teri chigenda kulema. Just learn how to be so prayerful. Learn how to be trustworthy, because amazima webuchi. Webugaga. If you don't have mazima, even the bank will borrow you money, and if you don't have the financial behavior, I'm assuring you, togenda kugaga wala. Muchitagera. Just learn how to have that financial behavior. My sister has borrowed me the 500. Kampuvemo when I get mfuneko mutwalo. Let me pay back. So that tomorrow again when mfuna kadiluka business, I can run to the very what? To the very person. But if you begin the things of being a mufere, when you're finished, I know what it means. It is all about trust. If you want to have money, ubugaga buli mu trusty. Teri agenda kwesiga nga you don't have mazima. So, youths, fellow youths, mother, I keep talking to her. She knows all the business ideas. I keep telling her, Kathy, don't sit. Kathy, don't first get married so quickly. Kathy, don't do this. Me, I left school ngangamanze. Sisi wala kufumbia msaja ataina motoka. Ata sagala msaja, I want mine. And indeed, by the time I was in Nkumba University, I was driving. Nenga mumanyi nilaka bokis. Pocket money wangaliwa. I get this, I say, chimucha kumicha saving. When I got a permit in senior for my mother was saying, now you, permit yeno. Konze mami, better leave me alone me when I'm in the bus going to Kampala to school. Aren't you know a bus is a bit higher, so you're in that jam and seeing those young girls, driving around. I would be like, Naomi, hey God, one day will I ever? One day, God, please. And I want my own. I don't want somebody to do what? Not even a husband to give me. And indeed, God did what? Listened to my prayers. That's why I'm telling you, okufuna sente, being rich is all about God. We just have that faith and always pray to your never gunaba mutwalo onkulayirira. Yesterday I was so challenged. I was sharing with Catherine that I left here. I went to visit a friend, the wife to that Abra. She's a very young girl. She's kind of my daughter. So when I reached her home in Hogema there, I told her, Miriam, because that girl had got a job in Umeme by then, Hoima side. So after engaging with this man, she left. But she was telling me, do you know, Mommy, me, I don't just sit to look at that man that because he's rich. She brought the receipts. She brought the OD. She told me, all this is me. She took me to that chicken. Whatever is in their supermarket, it is hers. This chicken, she slaughters from home, then brings where? Looking for money. Tagami, rich man. Let me do what? So when she brought the OD, I told her, how do you do it? She began up teaching me, this cover of 100 kilos. After frying the guineas, I put, then begin smashing. I want the what? The money. Kale, my dear brothers and sisters. Mbasaba no weombefu. I'm telling you, you've been here for these good deliberations, but before you cry for government to come in, first think of yourself. Wezule, bobato nezula. Go say you're in your bed. And I want money. Hey, do you think God can do a miracle? It is impossible. It is very, very what? Very impossible. People used to ask me, you can't fear if you want the what? The money. So kindly, please, just learn how to be trustworthy to each other. Form those investment groups. Not even circles now. Form those investment groups. Tomorrow have your career estate. wano ndabyewo obuplots obutandika $5,000,000. If you're a group of 10 people, can't you afford ogulako ne mukateekaawo ne munoonya ate akalala, as this one accumulates what? Accumulates the money. Eh? Let me tell you, nobody is going to come to you akugambe nti sente zizino bazinoonya bwe bati. But some of us are kind enough. Hey, you can always come and consult. We teach you what to do. You live a hustler's life. Don't look at only government. You want comfortable what? Comfortable life. There is no comfortable life. Nze bonsanga nonde ebitungulu omugongo guno katuguluma. You okitegere ettaka lyonna nga lali kutontunulako, you say now this one. But I am looking for the money. Who will give me free money? Eh? Tewali agenda kumpa sente zaaki. So leave your comfort zones of kamirenga uli kumakira nti mukama ampa omukisa mulimu gwange. Ogenda onoonye ekyokola ki? As you make that alarm, government will come in. It will find you there because anembanka bwoba ogenda kwewola. Basooka kugamba munaffe security olina kaki? Bawalayo atalina bannange. Mwali mulabyeyo? N'olyoka weekubya ebifaananyi, simanyi kyuka, simanyi ate ku TV wano, simanyi ate wano, byonna mubimanyi. So mbeegayiridde nga mbasaba, it's good now. You've had this good parliament, you've had good deliberations, we've had all your challenges. There are some that need you when you come to your CDO here. You can sit with her. She's a very good woman. You have youth funds here. Eh? Mutandikire kwezo youth funds. Come here, sit with your CDO on a round table. Nze mbagambye trust is the most what? Important thing. Newe mbanze nga ndi CDO n'okola amazima. Onooza sente z'abandi lwaki mbasibayamba. Eh? Customer ne trust. Come to your CDO, mugaye CDO. Fe twekozeemu omulimu tuli bantu 10 wano tubadde tugamba. Sente z'abavubuka zino. Sooka otukwatireko wano. I'm assuring you she will not, because she's even a mother. She's even a mother. She knows people don't have jobs and they have to survive. Banaye nze sigenda kubeera mwogezi wa lunaku. Nze that is my advice. You want me, come here at Mbale City, look for the deputy speaker. If not at NRM office, look for the vice chairperson in NRM. If not, workers what? Mostly abakyala bannange. Mwata nkiikirya abakyala. Come and we talk. We see how we get ourselves from poverty. Si bwe kiri. Bano abasajja batunyoma nga tetulina ki? Bo buli omu ayita omweru baagala, omuddugavu baagala, owakabina baagala. Naye bw'oba munaakako muganda wange. Nawe omutunulya buki? Butunuulizi. So mbasaba banaye twagalane, buli omu ayagale munne, tusobole okupulaningira wamu. Yes, ndowooza alina kyabadde agamba. Yes, sebo. Yes. You're welcome. No, it's okay. It's okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. It is okay. Okay, thank you so much for your compliment. I'm happy that she's your leader, and we really thank you for giving us a vibrant leader like Catherine. By the way, you made the right choice. Catherine will always fight for youth here. Buli ky'omugamba abavubuka, and I'm always behind her. Hey, abavubuka munne Kathy. That's why you see we were able to fight, and she became a minister. What? She had to become a minister of finance. Now, Catherine, the ball is in your hands. You know I'm always with you. I advise you. So, as you have youth around who are interested, let them come and we sit on table. Tutambule. Tutambule kuba tomanya. Tomorrow you will be the youth. Abagaga nga nange nkadi endi katingo osanga ngo gamba mukadde bakwekero ya sukali. I think you've heard her. Okay, thank you so much. I've been given the opportunity to hand over these certificates before we close. So I think they'll read one by one as you pick your certificate. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Honorable Semugenzi Frank.